The story begins in one of the large shelters in China, which was on the verge of ruin, but now a large truck was parked near its doors, and the system sent the main character a notification that he had been awarded points for his merits and good deeds. Meanwhile, movers were taking large boxes out of the car and heading straight to the shelter. The director of the shelter approached the main character, Mike, and thanked him for helping them, because without his help, the shelter would have to be closed. However, the guy smiled and replied that he didn't need gratitude because he did everything from the heart, at which point the system informed him that he had received 500 merit points. As he headed away from the shelter, making sure that all his things had arrived safe and sound, the system also informed him that his balance was over 11 million points. After this, the main character went for a walk around the city, thinking to himself that he had neither a home nor a car, and that his parents had died. After that, Mike went to one residential complex and asked a police officer he knew who was at the checkpoint to open the way for him. The man asked him with a smile if he was doing good deeds again, to which Mike replied that it was his parents' last wish. In fact, the main character was tied to a system that worked based on how many good deeds he did. Soon after, Mike walked into one of the apartments, feeling like he was finally home. There were photographs of him and his parents on the table. He looked at them and thought about how his parents had left the system 2 years ago, the only message before they disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, a bloody moon was approaching the city, and someone's demonic whispers spoke of the great catastrophe approaching. At this moment, Mike was sitting at the table near the window and thinking that for 2 whole years he had been doing good deeds, receiving more and more merits, and the total number of merit points was more than 11 million, but the available balance was 0. At this point, he began to think about what using merit points even meant. But suddenly, he noticed that the water in the glass he was drinking from began to turn bloody. The boy fell off his chair in surprise and looked in horror at the glass, the liquid inside of which had turned completely red. Suddenly, he noticed what was happening on the street and noticed that there was a blood moon in the sky, and the whole street turned red because of its glow. As he stood up, the system informed Mike that he had qualified as a reversal sin player, and the first copy would open in 24 hours. The protagonist was horrified and confused, not understanding what the system was talking about. When he looked down, he realized that the floor beneath his feet had also turned red, as if he was standing in a pool of blood. When he bent down and touched the floor with his hands, there were drops of blood on his fingers, and it all felt quite real, although in fact it seemed like some kind of illusion. After this, Mike looked around and realized that there was interference all around him, as if he was in a computer game that was about to crash. Suddenly he saw a strange yellow glow above his head and realized that the interference had suddenly ended. When he turned around, he realized that the yellow glow was actually the system. It informed him that a new system plugin had been discovered and successfully integrated into the original Sin system. As a result, the control system was unlocked and the available balance was now over 11 million. When the main character heard this message, a wave of panic swept over him. He decided to control himself, since a panic state would only worsen his situation. He then asked the system if the game invitation was still active, to which the system replied that he had access to his email. At that moment, Mike realized that the countdown was still running, which meant that he had nowhere left to run. Then he decided to pick up his phone and search the internet for information about a game called Original Sin. However, the first thing that popped up on his phone was a warning that there had been a search attempt for the keyword Original Sin. The warning also said that if he had received an invitation, he should visit a web archive with more information, and if he had heard about the game from someone else, he should contact them directly. At this point, Mike realized that since this game even had an official website, it must have been around for quite some time. The site also stated that Mike would have to believe that the original Sin game was not a hoax and that human safety measures existed to quickly respond to the situation. The note stated that the game could contain many monsters and events that contradict science and common sense, so Mike needed to pay full attention to his own safety. Moreover, he had to try to survive and complete all the tasks, otherwise his game would be over. It was also reported that if the mission fails, serious consequences await him. By completing missions, he will be able to receive various rewards, treasures, special abilities, and even the fulfillment of his deepest desires. Then Mike thought about the fact that he was now dealing with a game filled with monsters and supernatural phenomena, where failure entails serious consequences, but at the same time, successful completion of tasks brings rewards, which means that in this game, there are both risks and opportunities. So he decided to combine the basic plugin and figured it would have some advantages at the beginning. All that occupied his thoughts was that he had to survive and forget about what awaited him tomorrow, since he definitely could not die now. After that, the main character pulled himself together and put on special clothes, preparing to go into the game world. Over the past few days, he collected food, warm clothes, water, and basic medicines. Soon, he put on his smart suit and prepared to leave, looking at all the things he had collected in advance that stood in front of him. However, when he looked at the bag of food, he realized that there was interference in front of him again. At that moment, he felt that some unknown force was pulling him in, and he seemed to be dissolving into thin air. The system also informed him that there were 15 minutes left before the game started, and therefore he needed to enter the preliminary data in advance. Suddenly, Mike felt as if he was floating in zero gravity, upside down, and was being continuously pulled somewhere. The guy was extremely outraged that no one had told him about this before. When he decided to look around and understand where he was being pulled into, he saw that in the middle of space there was a huge black hole that was attracting everything that was in its path. Literally a couple of moments later, Mike realized that he was now back in his normal state and sitting at some table. When he looked around, he realized that he was not alone at the table. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man. Next to him was a young guy, as well as a woman. To the left of Mike sat a young girl with white hair, and to the right was an old man, shaking with fear. Suddenly, the old man fell sharply from his chair with a loud cry. When the protagonist saw this, he immediately stood up from his seat and went to the old man to help him, asking if everything was okay. As he helped the old man up, everyone heard the man, Christopher, suddenly tap his fingers twice on the surface of the table, attracting everyone's attention. He asked the others at the table if they were new or had tried the game before. At that moment, the woman in glasses asked him if this was really not the first time he had participated in something like this, and if everything that was written on the internet was true. The man said that the information on the official website was reliable, and if they became original Sin players, they would have to participate once a week. Everyone else present was surprised to hear that they would actually have to participate in this once a week. Their surprise made Christopher extremely angry. He said that this was a life-or-death game, and it would be played once a week until they died. At this point, Mike thought about how at first he thought that this man was just trying to intimidate them, but in reality, he just needed to share his experience, so Mike decided to try to get him to talk to get some useful information. The boy looked extremely excited and clapped his hands, saying that a strong man like him couldn't have problems surviving, and asked him to teach them something useful. Then the man grinned and said that the first thing to do was not to interfere in other people's affairs, because his life was the most valuable and important thing he had. He also had to forget about the existence of common sense, because this game had everything: ghosts, spirits, and demons. However, the most important thing was that there were several special rules here, and breaking them would lead to an even quicker death than from the clutches of monsters. Then Mike thought that the rules, as mentioned on the site, were changing and they had to be broken, so now he didn't understand anything. At this point, a girl with white hair, Alice, intervened in the conversation. She said that she received a notification saying that the newbie shop was blocked, so she asked those present at the table if they knew anything about it. The girl with glasses, Amanda, and the young boy, Josh, also said they received the notification. Then Christopher, with a dissatisfied face, said that in that case they need to open and see what is written in this notification. He said that they need achievement points to buy things, and they can only get them after completing the first round. However, Josh didn't understand why they needed this store if there was nothing to buy in it. Meanwhile, the old man approached Christopher with a question. Asking what they could get for these glasses, he suggested that they could be given money. When Christopher heard this, he chuckled, saying that he had a very good imagination, and then explained that achievement points could only be exchanged for ancient artifacts that possessed spiritual energy. When Mike heard this, he bit his lower lip in delight, as the system informed him that the exchange rate of virtue for achievement points was 1 to 10. He realized that he had as many as 11 million merit points, and thus he would be able to get 10 times more when exchanging. When the number 114 million points appeared in his head, he realized that real wealth was waiting for him very soon. After that, he contacted the system and asked it to open a beginner's shop for him, in which he could buy a regular poison, a mind-clearing potion, an invisibility talisman, a basic healing, a demon suppression talisman, and a white tiger. At that moment, he realized that, judging by the exchange rate, he would only need to spend a few thousand, and the store would be empty. Then Mike decided to exchange 10,000 points for achievement points, and thus he got 100,000 achievement points, and bought everything that was in the store. Meanwhile, in one of the temples outside, something strange was happening. Some demonic voices were singing a song about an upcoming ghostly wedding. When Amanda and Josh heard this, they were horrified, and what scared them most was that there were 2 lanterns burning near that temple. However, Christopher slammed the table and told them to be quiet, saying that the game was about to begin. Meanwhile, a girl in a traditional wedding dress was sitting in the temple, and voices were saying that the red wax of the candles had melted, and the girl and her devotee would not return home. At that moment, a system message appeared above the heads of everyone present that the ghost wedding was beginning, and the additional condition was that they needed to survive until the end of the wedding in the mountains. Before the heroes could say anything to this, they suddenly realized that they were in the middle of a banquet, which was attended by a lot of people. But these people seemed to have no human faces. Their eyes were either empty and black or completely white, and there were sinister smiles on their faces. Alice noticed that at the table behind her, people were greedily tearing off pieces of meat and eating them as if it was the last meal of their lives. Then she turned around and looked at the strange people, asking what had happened to them. However, Christopher said that it was better for her not to ask about it, because the more curiosity, the closer her death. At that moment, one of the guests, an old man, approached the old man and Mike from behind and sternly asked them why they had not even touched the chopsticks. When the boys felt that this man was giving off an incredible, terrifying aura, as if a dead man was standing in front of them, they were horrified. Amanda began frantically asking Christopher what they should do now. The man replied that they should just ignore him. However, the old man continued to interrogate them, asking whether on such a wonderful day their beautiful guests had decided to show them disrespect, and ordered the others to pour them wine. Then the rest of the guests came to their table and surrounded them, holding cups of wine in their hands. Mike thought about how all these guests looked incredibly pale and exhausted, despite the fact that the dishes on the table looked luxurious, and then he realized that something was clearly wrong here. At that moment, 2 women approached him and handed him a cup of wine and chopsticks, asking him to allow them to feed him. However, the protagonist followed the man's advice and ignored them, keeping his lips tightly pressed so that not even the smallest particle of their food would get into him. Meanwhile, the guests surrounded each of the heroes, offering them to try their food and drink their drinks. There were 2 small children standing near the old man, and when he saw them, he could not restrain himself and said that he would drink what they offered. He took the cup from the hands of one of the children and greedily drank the liquid inside it. After that, he showed the demonic children the empty cup, saying that he drank everything as he promised. Suddenly, the old man felt a lump in his throat, and with each passing moment it became more and more difficult for him to breathe. The skin on his face darkened, and veins appeared in his eyes. Suddenly he fell sharply out of his chair and began to choke, foam coming out of his mouth. Meanwhile, the guests crowded around him, discussing how drunk he had become from one sip and how he was going to last through the banquet. At this point, Alice and Mike stood up from their seats. The girl noticed that the man had dilated pupils and blackened veins, which indicated poisoning. The main character thought about the fact that he is sure that poison is present in all food and drinks, because this game is full of dangers. At this time, the system informed him that a special mission had been launched for him, in which he must help other players to increase his merit points. However, when he looked at the others, he noticed that there was no reaction on their faces, and realized that, apparently, this task was intended only for him. Meanwhile, Amanda was on the verge of a breakdown, with tears in her eyes, shaking Christopher and saying that they needed to save the old man. However, the woman's behavior greatly irritated Christopher, and he rudely pushed her away from him, saying that the old man himself was to blame. Since he warned him that he needed to sit quietly, he added that his rescue could endanger others, and if Amanda wanted to save him, let her do it herself. Meanwhile, Mike approached them and firmly declared to everyone that he would help the man. He then took out a purple pill that he had purchased from the store. It was a mind-cleansing pill that contained glowing herbs and refined sugar, removing toxins and effective against poisoning. When Mike realized this, he realized that the medicine from the beginner's store was much more useful than he had initially assumed. Without thinking twice, he walked up to the old man and put the pill in his mouth. As soon as it touched his tongue, it began to glow with a bright light. Christopher was shocked, not understanding where the newcomer got such a rare and valuable item. Meanwhile, as soon as the pill was inside the man, the black veins immediately disappeared from his face, and it began to acquire a healthy hue. Amanda was incredibly surprised when she realized that this guy actually managed to heal the old man. After this, Mike lifted the man up and put his hand on his shoulder. The old man thanked him for his help, saying that without his support he would have died long ago. At this point, the system informed the protagonist that the special mission had been completed, and he received 7,777 merit points as a reward. When Mike saw this, a smile appeared on his face. As expected, he received even more points for saving a life, but at that moment he noticed that the system sent him another notification. It said that the Ghost Wedding in the Mountains quest had 4 missions, which involved surviving until the end of the Ghost Wedding, finding and rescuing the bride, stealing the 3 Rivers ghost statue, and finding out the truth about the wedding. So it was a series of missions. Then Mike began to realize that the basic missions were the easiest, but the rewards for them were not so great, and to get more rewards, you need to find hidden missions. Meanwhile, he led the man to one of the tables and sat him down on a chair so that he could rest and come to his senses. At that moment, he was thinking that even though he had no shortage of glasses, increasing the range of the store could help him, although all these missions were worth the effort and completion. At this moment, Alice noticed something strange and reported that all the villagers had gone somewhere. When the other heroes looked around, They realized that this was indeed the case. There was no one at the tables. Mike walked over to the plate that was lying on the table and said that it seemed like the guests had run away while they were focused on saving the old man, but they still didn't know what the guests were up to. At this point, Josh stood up from his seat and said that they couldn't just sit and wait. Christopher immediately ran after him, telling him not to act like an idiot, but Josh didn't listen to him. He approached the gate that blocked them from leaving and began to pull on the handles, wanting to open them, but soon realized that they were tightly locked. At that moment, Christopher caught up with him and pushed him away from the door, saying that they must not act rashly. He screamed at Josh that his actions would result in them all dying. At this point, Mike intervened in the conversation. He said that he agreed with Josh. The residents were clearly hostile towards them, and it was really better for them to find some way out than to sit and wait to be killed. However, Christopher stated that they had no leads, and therefore they could not claim that there were no traps on the street. However, Mike, with a smile on his face, said that they had an ally who could help them. Alice and Amanda looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding who he was talking about. As it turned out, he was referring to the girl in the red traditional costume who was inside the temple. He said that the bride would be able to help them solve this problem. Mike explained that since the marriage was to a ghost, the bride was probably a victim herself and wanted to help them. However, Christopher suggested that the bride could also be a ghost and said that if they wanted to go to her for help, they could do so, but he would stay here. At this point, Josh expressed his desire to go with Mike to pick up the bride. Alice, although she thought that Mike was acting too decisively and assumed that he was hiding something from them, still agreed to go with him. The old man also wanted to go with the young guy, but the protagonist warned him, saying that he still needed rest, and it was better for him to stay here. Amanda was a very fearful woman, so she decided that the best option for her would be to stay with Christopher. After this, Mike approached the man and asked him to take care of those who would stay with him, promising that they would return soon, but Christopher could still call him for help if something happened. So Mike, Alice, and Josh headed to the temple to meet the bride. They reached the doors fairly quickly, and Mike opened them wide, stepping inside the temple. Inside sat a girl in a red wedding suit. On either side of her stood men in red suits, but their faces seemed inhuman. At this point, the boys realized that the room was full of strange figures, but they did not understand why they were needed in the bridal room. Then Mike said that otherwise this wedding would not be called a ghost wedding. After this, he took a white tiger figurine out of his pocket, approached the bride, and asked her to allow him to introduce himself. He said that they were random companions who had been drawn into the celebration, and then asked the girl if she wanted to run away with them, and if she was ready to help them. However, there was no answer. The girl simply continued to sit silently, not reacting in any way to Mike's words. Then the main character decided to check what was under the girl's hood, and abruptly took it off. When he took off his hat, he realized with horror that in front of him was not a person, but just a paper figure. Everyone present was frightened, not understanding where the real bride was. At this point, Alice wondered why Mike was so sure that the bride really existed. She understood that he was a newbie, but she didn't know how he knew something that other players didn't know. At that moment, the system told him that he had to find the bride Bella, and then he thought about the fact that Bella was a human name, but he didn't understand why he needed to save paper figures, and he began to think about where the real bride could be. Then Alice suggested examining the room, suggesting that there might be some hidden mechanism there. She began to rummage through every corner of the room, examining every cabinet and every object. Then she suddenly tapped on the bed that was right behind the paper bride figure and realized that this was what she was looking for. She turned to Mike and said that the middle of the bed was empty inside. At this moment, the hero thought about the fact that when the old man was poisoned, Alice was the first to understand what was going on, Now he realized that this was not just a smart and brave girl, she was clearly hiding something. Then Josh walked over to the bride's figure and lifted her up as she was in the way of their walk to the bed. At this point, the protagonist noticed that Josh was so careless that he simply threw the paper figure of the bride on the floor. Then the three of them went to the bed and decided to lift it up to see what was underneath. When they lifted the bed, they realized that there was a passage underneath it, down which led an old wooden staircase. Even though Josh was hesitant about going down there, Mike was adamant that they should do it. The boys armed themselves with candles to somehow light their way, and then went down. Quite quickly, they realized that there was only one path here, with no forks in the road. After that, the three of them continued to move forward, passing through the old underground tunnels. Suddenly, Josh realized that he had stepped on something. When he looked down, he saw that it was someone's hand. In horror, he dropped his candle and fell to the ground, screaming loudly. Alice came to his aid, and when she raised her hand, they both realized that it was not a real hand, but only a paper figure, like the ones above. When they came to the next passage, they realized that there were more figures there. There were 6 parts in total, and they had to match those that were above. However, Josh didn't understand why all these figures were torn to shreds. However, Mike silently watched the strange figures and suddenly realized something. He said that these figures were strangely similar to themselves. He also recalled that in ancient times there was a custom, according to which a bride from a wealthy family was accompanied by a dowry. It included not only jewelry and paintings, but also people. So the 6 players who arrived in the game were actually the dowry for this ghost wedding. The bride was not real, and the bridal room was fake, as was the dowry. And if Mike's thoughts were correct, then the real room was downstairs, and these figures were only hinting at their future. Then he suddenly rushed forward down the corridor, saying that they didn't have time to think, and they needed to go and save the bride immediately. Otherwise, the 3 remaining players outside would be in trouble. When they reached a certain part of the tunnel, Josh suddenly saw a strange glow ahead. Soon the boys realized that they were in front of a wooden door, the entrance to which was illuminated by 2 candles located on the wall next to it. Without further ado, they opened the door and walked inside, where they saw something that looked like an altar surrounded by dozens of candles, and in the middle of it lay a girl covered with a red cloth, dressed in a red wedding dress. She lay motionless, her face covered, her hands resting gently on her stomach. However, when Alice lifted the cloth that covered her face, she realized that the girl was alive. She was breathing, but seemed to be unconscious. Then Mike asked the girl if they could wake up the bride, but Alice was not sure about this, because she did not know how to help her. Suddenly, the main character turned to Josh and asked him to help lift the girl. After that, the 2 of them removed it from the altar, carrying it carefully so as not to accidentally hit it on the stone slabs. Suddenly, the main character heard several people quickly heading towards their room. When the boys turned around, they saw Amanda and the old man running into the room. With tears in their eyes, they turned to their comrades, begging them to save them. Mike looked at the woman and the old man in horror and asked what had happened to them. The girl said that those people were going to kill them. Each of them was armed with hoes and sickles. They attacked everyone they saw, and now Christopher was trying to stop them. When Mike heard this, he immediately asked Alice to take the bride with her, and he decided to go out and see what was happening outside. Meanwhile, local residents, armed with pitchforks and other weapons, surrounded Christopher, who was forced to defend himself alone. He called upon his ghostly servant, who was also armed, to help him, and the man warned the attackers that if they took another step, his ghostly servant would take action. However, the people did not listen to him and immediately rushed to attack. Then the ghostly servant used his weapon to push back the demonic attackers. However, at that moment, Christopher felt a strange pain in his back and screamed. Mike, who was watching everything that was happening, did not understand why the ghost servant attacked his master, and also noticed that a large wound appeared on Christopher's back. Then the guy realized that this was the price for the ghost's power. The system told the protagonist some information about this ghost. It was called the Phantom Servant of Pain. It was born and existed only because of pain. It got pleasure from tormenting others. Also, this ghost attacked with a long canvas, and each attack dealt a fixed amount of damage to the player. Meanwhile, Amanda watched everything that was happening and how Christopher fought the people attacking him alone. A look of delight appeared on her face as she realized that this man was truly incredibly strong. However, Mike informed her that using the ghost servant was costing him dearly, and therefore he would not last long. Then he approached the old man and asked him if he had examined the yard after they had entered that house, and if they had been able to find a way out. Then the old man said that they had indeed succeeded in doing it. There was a low wall on the western side that they could climb over. When Mike heard this, he immediately called all the other players and said that they needed to run to the western part. However, the guests also heard his plan and ran after the players, intending to stop them. One of the ghosts immediately rushed at Amanda, who stood there confused, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Alice came to her aid, immediately rushing at the man, attacking him in the chest with her foot. However, while she was dealing with one of the demons, another one ran up to her from behind. However, the girl did not lose her composure and grabbed the demon's hand with all her strength, throwing him over herself. Finally, she kicked him in the groin, causing him critical damage. Noticing the strange looks Mike and Josh were giving her, she looked down and ordered them not to stand there like a pillar, but to move faster towards the exit. After this, the players ran towards the western side again, but soon realized that there was a whole crowd of demons in front of them. Christopher didn't know what to do, as he could only last for 3 hits from his ghost servant. However, at that moment the main character pulled a golden talisman out of his pocket and said that in that case they would have to resort to desperate measures. Christopher looked at what was happening in surprise, not understanding where Mike got such a powerful talisman from. The protagonist then summoned the 3 heavenly masters who had owned this talisman in the past and ordered them to burn the evil spirits that walked at night. He then threw 3 talismans towards the demons and ordered them to run. As soon as the talismans touched the ground, the players saw that the entire space in front of them was engulfed in flames, tongues of flame flying in different directions, forming an impassable wall of fire. The demons had no choice but to try to escape from this fire, but they failed and simply burned alive. Christopher looked at what was left of the demons in awe and asked Mike to use the talismans again if he had any left. He said that the talisman could drive out demons, and since these creatures were still human, the fire would not touch them. Then Christopher asked him in surprise what they should do in this case, but the guy said that they should stick to the original plan. After that, he suddenly ran towards the wall and said that they needed to get out of here. Meanwhile, the remaining demons, armed with pitchforks, walked around the village and tried to find their enemies. At that moment, Alice's hand appeared from one of the haystacks, ready to attack the demons as soon as they passed by her. She and Christopher ran out of their hiding place and grabbed the demons by the neck, disarming them, after which they carried their unconscious bodies to a secluded place. When they returned to the other players in the barn, where the bride was already, Alice said that the inhabitants were becoming more and more numerous, and therefore they needed to escape. However, Josh had no idea where they could go, considering they had a bride in their arms who was now unconscious. At that moment, Mike thought that the banquet was ruined and the bride was saved, but the ceremony was still not over, which meant that they had missed something. At this point, Amanda happily announced that the bride had apparently woken up. When the guys approached the girl, they asked if she was okay, and Mike asked her if she remembered her name. The girl had a terrible headache, but she quietly answered that her name was Bella, and then looked at the people in bewilderment and asked who they were. Mike said that they were just a bunch of losers who got caught up in a wedding ceremony, and then asked the girl if she knew anything about the ghost marriage. Bella said she wasn't sure what to answer, but she had been captured a couple of days ago. She was riding in a carriage with her men, and then she was attacked by several men. They killed everyone who was with her, and they took her away, but she didn't know why. Out of everyone who was there, they took her. Mike then explained to her that if they didn't put an end to the ceremony, everyone here would die, and Bella would clearly not have a good ending. Then he leaned towards her and asked again, hopefully, if she remembered anything. After thinking for a bit, the girl realized that pictures of events that had happened to her shortly before appeared in her head. She remembered two middle-aged women twisting her arms, taking off her clothes, and leading her to a strange place, a room that looked like a ceremonial bed. At the end of the room stood an old man and asked another man if the way to the temple had been cleared, to which the other man replied that they had not been able to do so, but they could not delay the ceremony. When Mike heard about this temple, he asked the girl if there was a statue of the goddess of the underworld in it. After this, he stood up and said that he seemed to know how to put an end to this ghostly ceremony. He told the other players that they needed to go to that temple with the statue. However, when Josh heard this, he was horrified because he knew that the place was simply teeming with ghosts, and it would be very difficult for them to get out of there alive. However, the protagonist took another talisman out of his pocket, this time blue, and said that they don't have to worry because he already has a solution. As it turned out, it was a talisman of invisibility. It hid the body, transforming it and making it invisible and inaudible. It also granted invisibility to everyone within a radius of 5 meters for the duration of the incense sticks. Mike said that if the player touches anyone while casting the spell, they will immediately become visible, so they need to be extremely careful. As soon as the guys got out of the temple, the main character activated the talisman and said that they only had 3 sticks, so they needed to speed up. After a while, they reached the steps of the temple, and when Josh saw one of the demons, he hid behind a tree and decided to wave at him. When he realized that demons really couldn't see them, he was in awe of what Mike was capable of. After that, the guys continued their calm journey up the steps, trying to avoid the demons that were at every meter. They soon reached a building with a sign that read, Hall of Ancestors. Without thinking twice, the main character opened the doors and let the rest of the players inside. After this, he himself entered the temple and closed the doors tightly behind him so that the demons could not enter after them. Soon, Alice informed him that there was a path under the hall leading to the top of the mountain. As soon as Mike heard this, he immediately became inspired and said that they needed to go there immediately. However, he suddenly noticed that in the middle of the room there was a small pedestal on which lay a red silk pillow, and on top of it was a notebook. When the boy approached it, he saw that it had the words Village Chronicles written on it, and then he decided to take it and read the contents. When he opened the notebook, he realized that it contained information about events that had happened before. It spoke of the 17th year of Emperor Long's reign. A black torrential rain covered the earth that year, and then the Great Famine began. People began to devour each other, and evil spirits descended upon the earth. Immediately after he read the notebook, everyone else, including him, went to the right place. Since the steps were quite high, Mike extended his hand to Bella to help her up. After they had climbed the high ladder, he asked the girl if she knew what the black rain was that was mentioned in the Village Chronicles. However, the girl said that no one could answer exactly what it was, because at that time there were a lot of different rumors. Some said that the emperor was angry and killed even the most worthy of officials, and as a result, the heavens became angry and black rain fell from the sky. She also heard that it was the same rain in Guangzhou. At that moment, Josh came up behind her and started making faces, asking her if she expected the mountain to be teeming with monsters and ghosts. However, Alice liked this behavior and hit the guy on the head, ordering him to stop talking such nonsense. At this moment, the main character noticed a building that stood at the highest point of the hill they were heading to. According to the chronicles, it was this temple that protected the village from the black rain. However, in the end, they saw that all the villagers had become monsters anyway. At that moment, their attention was drawn to Christopher, who abruptly asked everyone to stop. Amanda asked him worriedly what happened. Then the man, with fear in his voice, replied that they had apparently come to the right place. When the boys looked up, they saw a rather ominous temple towering above them. It looked more like a monster, with sharp teeth and horns reaching high into the sky, than a building. As soon as they got close enough to it, the doors of the temple opened, and an incomprehensible, ominous aura began to come from there, which made all the players freeze in place. When Christopher realized that something was wrong, he said that they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. However, at that moment, a strange man in a robe appeared at the door and began to make strange sounds, looking at the uninvited guests. At that moment, the boys saw that his hand, more like a monster's paw, touched the edge of the door. After that, the man, who looked more like a demon, smiled his demonic smile and said that since they dared to come here, they would not return back. Christopher decided that they couldn't delay, so he immediately summoned his ghost servant to fight the unknown demon. However, the old man suddenly grabbed his spirit by the whip and recognized in him the powers of an exorcist. Then he turned to Christopher, asking if he really came from a reincarnation sect. The man pointed his finger at him and said he had no idea what he was talking about. At that moment, the old man put 2 fingers to the demon's studio and said that he recognized this spirit as a wild ghost. He then stated that he was not going to be polite to him, raised his hand and formed a dark sphere with it, and then directed it towards the spirit, who immediately began to be drawn into this sphere. Mike and Alice were horrified when they realized that this old man was able to subjugate the ghost servant with one move. In just a few moments, he absorbed the spirit that Christopher had summoned, and when the man saw this, he fell to his knees, and his body began to shake with fear. The demon said that it was a great rarity to take such a spirit for himself, and jokingly blessed Christopher for such an opportunity. The man continued to sit on his knees, and it seemed to him as if his strength was leaving his body, after which he suddenly fell to the ground, losing consciousness completely. The demon then turned his attention to Bella and said that judging by her outfit, she was the bride at today's ghostly wedding. When the girl realized that the monster was addressing her, she also fell to her knees and began to cry from fear and despair. When she saw the demon approaching her, she began waving her hands and begging him not to touch her. However, the demon continued to approach her, examining her and saying that she had snow-white skin and bones like jade, noting that these idiots found the perfect bride, and the ghost mother would be very happy. However, at this point, Mike intervened in the conversation and asked him why the goddess of the underworld suddenly demanded a bride. When the old man realized that he had been interrupted, he looked at the boy with a crazy look and asked him how he dared to interrupt him. However, the protagonist understood that he couldn't be afraid, and all they needed now was to stall for time. Then he smiled and said that they were accompanying the bride, and in any case they did not have much time left. At this point, the demon noticed the clothes Mike was wearing, noting that they were rather strange. After this, he approached him, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that since he dared to snap at him, his death was inevitable. Then he moved as close to him as possible, and with a scary smile on his face asked Mike who he thought he was. Then the protagonist smiled falsely, taking something out of his pocket, and said that he was just a wandering traveler, and according to tradition, if they do not know the cause of death, then after death they become wandering spirits, so he dared to ask. Then the demon passed by him with a smile, and asked him if he didn't want to become a spirit, and learn more about the wedding. After that, he stated that since he was in a good mood today, he was ready to tell a little more. The demon said that in reality, the mother did not need this marriage, and during the ghostly wedding, the bride marries Vajrasada. As for those who accompanied the bride, they are part of the sacrificial ritual. After this, the demon pointed a rod, more like a bone, at them and told them not to worry, as he would make sure that not even a wandering spirit remained among them. He sent the ghosts straight towards the players, and the boys froze in place, not knowing what to do. The demon watched everything that was happening with a wide smile, confident that he would soon see corpses in front of him. However, he suddenly noticed that bright rays of light began to shine from behind his back, which were clearly not the result of his spell. When the smoke cleared, he saw that a huge fire tiger had appeared right in front of him, which had dispelled his spells and was now protecting the players. Mike stood in front of everyone, holding a small figurine of a white tiger that glowed with a bright yellow light. When Josh saw this, he fell to the ground and sighed with relief, because he was preparing to die, but his friend Mike saved him again. At this moment, the system informed Mike that the white tiger's spiritual power recovery was currently 85%. After this, the protagonist turned to the other players and told them to leave immediately, saying that blocking one attack consumed 15% of his spiritual power, and he needed to buy some time. Alice wanted to object, but at the last moment she decided not to do so, and called the other players with her, saying that they should not interfere with Mike. At this moment the demon was confused. He couldn't believe that there was actually a spiritually transformed artifact in front of him, since it was a mid-grade weapon, but he didn't sense any spiritual power from this boy, and didn't understand how this was possible. Then he pointed his staff at Mike and asked who he really was. In response, the protagonist just shrugged his shoulders, saying that he was an ordinary wanderer, and suggested that the demon stop fighting and just chat. However, the demon was perplexed by how this guy dared to speak to him in such a tone, and began to summon a new spell. He pointed his staff at it, and another ghost flew out, like a tongue of blue flame. This skill was called Ghost Flame, and after that the demon released several more fire ghosts, directing them towards Mike and the tiger. However, the main character had already managed to cover himself with a barrier that did not allow the demon's abilities to pass through. When the old man saw this, an irritated smile appeared on his face, and he said that Mike was relying on his weapon in vain. He said that when he ran out of spiritual energy, he would skin him and cut him into pieces alive. At this moment, the main character realized that he was really in a dire situation, and he urgently needed to come up with something. With his barrier destroyed, the demon continued to attack him with his demonic fire, and Mike was forced to dodge. When the demon realized that Mike had no more defensive resources left, he laughed and asked him why he suddenly stopped being sarcastic. At this point, the protagonist realized that if he continued to dodge his attacks, nothing would come of it, so he needed to seize the initiative. After that, he put out his hand and summoned the white tiger again. The fire beast appeared right behind him, then jumped over the guy and rushed to attack the demon. The tiger wanted to hit him with his powerful clawed paw, but realized that the demon was covered by a barrier. Seeing this, the old man laughed and asked Mike if he really thought that he would not be able to predict his actions. He said that without the support of spiritual power, relying only on weapons, Mike would not be able to break through the soul banner, even with the help of a tiger. The demon stated that he would use the ghostly fire of the vengeful spirits and improve his magical weapons. However, at that moment, someone threw 3 talismans towards the demon, and 3 powerful explosions occurred near his barrier, which scared him quite a bit. When he looked closely, he saw that the white-haired girl standing to the side was holding several talismans in her hands, and throwing them at his defensive barrier. However, he only smirked at her, saying that she would be the next one to die. However, at that moment he didn't even notice that a crack had appeared in his barrier. By the time he found his defenses starting to weaken, it was too late as his entire barrier was cracked, and a white tiger was already jumping on top of him. At this moment, the main character gave Alice a signal to attack the demon. As soon as the girl heard this, she threw 3 talismans towards him, and the tiger also put all his strength into the subsequent attack. Soon, a huge explosion thundered at the place where the demon barrier stood, and the blast wave threw back everyone who was near that place. At the last moment, the demon managed to jump away from the explosion site and avoid death, but all his clothes were torn, and he looked at Mike in horror, asking what he had done. When Mike realized what had happened, he smiled in surprise, saying that it seemed like the demon's spiritual energy had run out before his. In response to this, the old man only laughed, saying that this was impossible as long as the statue of the mother was intact. However, having anticipated his words, Mike said that he knew that as long as the statue of the ghost mother was intact, the spiritual power could not be depleted. When the old man realized that the guy knew how it all worked, he was extremely surprised. As it turns out, the protagonist read in a book that in the 12th year of Emperor Long's reign, a sudden flood led to the loss of his mother's statue. The search continued for 3 months, but all was in vain, and the poor inhabitants were flogged 30 times. However, after the statue returned, the great famine occurred, and the villagers died one after another. Thus, the only punishment was flogging, whereas before people were simply killed. At that moment, an old man ran out of the temple, holding a statue of his mother in his hands, and frantically screaming that he had managed to complete his task. The demon saw that his relic, which was in his temple, was so brazenly stolen, and in a rage he turned to the old man, blocking his way. However, Mike and his white tiger did not let him do this, covering the poor old man with themselves. At that moment he realized with horror that all this time they were simply trying to distract him while the old man looked for the statue. Then Mike, with a smile on his face, said that they had planned every step. He also noted that villains should not keep diaries and reveal their plans, as this makes it too easy to expose their weaknesses. He then threw the same notebook at the demon's feet, hinting that it contained everything they needed to carry out their plan. After that, the rest of the players joined them, and Josh was very happy that he would finally be able to deal with this hated demon and complete the task. The boys noticed a statue of the ghost mother standing on the ground. The protagonist knelt down and took it in his hands, at which point the system informed him that the mission was complete and the ghost wedding was over. When the old man heard this, at first he did not believe that this was really happening and that they could finally get out of here. Mike walked up to him and helped him up, saying that he had seen the alert too and that it was really over now. Amanda also received this notification, but there was no joy on her face. She suddenly started crying. At that moment, Josh approached her and asked why she was crying, since no one was injured and no one died. However, Alice stood up for Amanda, looking menacingly at the guy, hinting to him not to ask stupid questions. Remembering the recent blow from the girl, Josh helplessly raised his hands and decided not to contradict her. They then turned their attention to Christopher, who was still lying on the ground. Alice informed the protagonist that his vital signs were stable, but he had simply passed out. At this moment, the main character loudly announced to everyone that the game was over. He didn't know how long they would be here, but he hoped it wouldn't be long. Alice replied that the estimated time was between 5 and 15 minutes, after which the surviving players would be teleported to the starting area. At this point, Mike looked at the girl with distrust and asked how she knew this. Alice replied that he had more secrets than others. The boys noticed Bella, who was standing with her back to them and looking mysteriously at the forest in front of the temple. At that moment, Alice came up to her and asked what her plan was and what she was going to do. The girl looked at her comrades in surprise and asked if they were really leaving. However, at that moment they suddenly heard strange sounds, similar to the sound of trampling, coming from the forest, When the players turned towards the sound, they saw several riders on armored horses, resembling knights, riding out of the forest towards them. One of them stopped in front of the players, and his horse reared up. Mike immediately stood in front of the others, protecting them with his body, realizing that a fight could break out. However, at this point, Bella stepped forward and addressed the riders as benefactors, asking them to stop, and stated that these people were from her family. She said she was fine, and asked if they had come on her father's orders. Then one of the riders jumped off his horse and greeted the young lady, introducing himself as a warrior from the Leopard Cavalry. He apologized for being late, saying that it was an offense worthy of death. At that moment, Mike smiled warmly, realizing that it seemed like they didn't have to worry about Bella's future. Suddenly, he felt again the same interference that he had felt before coming here, passing through his body. The other players felt it too, and before Alice disappeared, she said goodbye to Bella, saying that this was where they would part ways. 6 beams struck the ground, taking every player with them, and Bella watched closely. A man from the cavalry asked her who these people were, since there was no trace left of them now. The girl replied that she did not even have time to find out their names. At this point, the system informed the protagonist that he had received 14.5 thousand achievement points and unlocked the ability to purchase special items in the store. Mike thought that the store would remain open for the next task, and he would be able to explore everything. However, when he looked at the amount of his rewards, he realized that it was not enough to even cover the cost of the items used. He realized that if he only did the main missions, it would take several games to exchange points for one item in the store, and now he understood why Christopher hadn't intervened back then. But Mike had a different situation. He didn't lack glasses, but goods from the store. When the system offered him to return to the real world, he agreed, and the next second, he found himself in his apartment, exactly in the place from where the system had taken him into the game last time. After touching his body and clothes, he realized that he was okay, and he returned to the same place where he started. Apparently, only a few minutes had passed in the real world. However, at that moment the main character felt very dizzy, and when he began to look around, he noticed that the space before his eyes began to float. He decided that he needed to get some sleep and would deal with the rest tomorrow. He fell onto his bed and fell asleep instantly. In the morning, the main character barely woke up because someone was knocking very actively on his door. Mike felt terrible. His head was spinning, and it seemed to him as if he had woken up from a severe hangover. Then he headed towards the door, not understanding who could come to him so early. When he opened the door, he saw Alice in front of him. She introduced herself as an employee of the Human Security Bureau and asked for his cooperation in investigating some cases. At that moment, Mike realized that the organization associated with the game was also called the Human Security Bureau, and then he asked the girl if she really appeared in the game for a reason and now came to his apartment early in the morning. He was also curious about where they got his address from. Alice explained that Original Sin selects players randomly, and their meeting was just a coincidence. As she was about to answer the second question, she looked around the corner at a man with a gun who was ready to shoot at any moment. Then the girl said that if Mike cooperates with them, he will get answers to all his questions. When the hero realized that he was in the sights of a military man, he asked the girl if the case she was talking about was connected with the murders of people or experiments on them. However, the girl replied that every player was valuable, so this matter was definitely not related to that. Moreover, as long as Mike cooperated with them, they would not threaten his personal safety. However, Mike did not understand why, in that case, a man with a gun was hiding around the corner of his apartment. The girl approached him and said gloomily that they would not threaten his safety as long as he cooperated with them. She then snapped her fingers, signaling the soldier, who quickly reloaded his weapon, preparing to fire at any moment. When Mike realized he had no choice, he raised his hands and said he agreed to cooperate with them, but asked for time to change, since his clothes were quite dirty after the game. Alice said that they were leaving in 15 minutes, and during that time he could change his clothes. Soon after, Mike put on his casual clothes and walked outside where his car was waiting for him. Alice was driving, and when she saw Mike, she immediately ordered him to get into the car. Then they and 2 other service cars drove to the required location. Alice said that yesterday's mission was classified as the most difficult, and the reason they survived was precisely because of Mike. She also stated that the organization did not find him yesterday, and to be more precise, she is talking about his identity. Only someone with her level of clearance can reveal the information to him. Then the girl pressed the gas, and their cars went even faster. Soon they arrived at the right place. It was a tall building that looked like a university or a large government institution. As soon as they arrived at the checkpoint, a soldier immediately approached them and asked the girl to present her identification document. The girl showed him the paper, and the man scanned it with a special device. The system informed him that the leader of the group, Alice, was in front of him, and therefore the verification was passed. Immediately after this, the man greeted the manager at headquarters and said that they could pass. Immediately after that, they went to the conference room with Mike. When they entered there, the guy asked her why she brought him here, but the girl said that he would soon understand everything himself. At that moment, they heard someone knocking on the door. When the door opened, the main character saw a man in a doctor's coat in front of him. Apparently, he was his acquaintance. The man smiled sweetly at Mike and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. As it turned out, it was Uncle Benjamin, a relative of Mike's, and also a famous folklorist, historian, and archaeologist, as well as an important employee of the company. Benjamin said he had been doing research all this time because he was a player just like Mike, but age was taking its toll. Alice approached Mike and said that Professor Benjamin was the main and most important member of the organization's research group, as well as one of the honorary deputies and directors of the bureau. However, Benjamin said that if it had not been for the disappearance of Philip and his wife, the position would not have passed to him. When Mike heard his father's name, he immediately stood up from his seat and asked Benjamin if his parents also worked at the bureau. At that moment, the man sighed quietly and said that Mike, apparently, really didn't know anything at all. He said that Philip and Selena, his wife, are the founders and oldest members of the Security Bureau. They were the first to discover the anomalies and predict the emergence of original sin. However, unfortunately, heaven always takes the best, so they did not survive. Then Mike asked him if his parents had died in a car accident, and now he was most interested in what had happened to them and whether they were alive. Benjamin wanted to tell him everything, but Alice stopped him, saying that he had no right to say this, since it was secret information. However, Mike was very outraged by this. He asked the girl why he couldn't find out details about his parents' lives. Then Alice handed him a folder and said that in that case he would have to sign an agreement and become a member of the organization. When the main character looked at the document, he saw that it contained rather frightening photos and text entries about how monsters invaded the human world and caused real chaos there. Alice said she wanted Mike to understand one thing. She said that signing the contract meant that he would become part of the battle against the distortions and would face strangeness, madness, and maybe death. Mike noted that the document said that they intentionally do not send people on missions from which they cannot return. The girl said that, as she had said earlier, every player was important to them, and they would not sacrifice anyone intentionally. The exception, however, was when that sacrifice could save more lives than it would take. When Mike heard this, he put his signature in the right place and said that in this case, he would definitely know the whole truth. Meanwhile, 2 men were watching what was happening from another room. The man who was sitting on the couch asked the other what he thought about this boy. The man with the scar on his eye said that this guy is very impulsive, self-confident, hot-tempered, and arrogant. However, his partner said with a smile that this was, on the contrary, a good thing. After that, he went to the switch, since it was quite dark for him without light. The men were then told that they all had different responsibilities, and that he was responsible for doubts, while his partner was responsible for faith. Meanwhile, Benjamin took Mike's contract and said that he would become one of them only by signing the contract. However, he still had 2 projects of his own, so Alice would take care of his training. After that, he left the room, and Mike and Alice were left alone. The main character looked confused, not understanding what to do and where to start. The girl stood up from her seat and said that she was the former head of the Human Security Bureau's Special Analysis Group and was now the head of the 2nd Special Operations Group. After that, she extended her hand to shake, and at that moment, Mike decided that he should introduce himself too. However, the girl said that she already knew his name and also that he was 20 years old and unemployed. His file stated that he was the son of the founders of the organization and that he had dropped out of his university department and was not in a dramatic relationship, and there are suspicions regarding his orientation. At that moment, Mike wanted to break the wall with his hands so as not to hear what this girl had dug up about him. Then Alice said that they knew a lot about him, and he should have realized it by now. As for the Bureau, they are an official organization that deals with the investigation of all unusual incidents, including original sin. Mike then wondered if there were other anomalous incidents. The girl handed him a folder and said that there were many more such incidents than he thought. When the young man opened the folder, he saw that there were dates that denoted different incidents, each of which had its own name. Alice said that previously, abnormal incidents literally erupted from the fiery and mysterious cave, and they could not be allowed to happen again. However, now the monsters from the cave have crawled out, and one of these incidents is related to the original sin. Mike then suggested that with the advent of the game, other anomalies disappeared, but Alice said that this was not entirely true. According to his father's research, they all became like small worlds. They acted just like black holes. When a very large anomaly appears, all the others are absorbed. After this, the girl stood up from her seat and said that dealing with original sin and its derivative incidents was now the main task of their work. Then she pressed a button and a blackboard descended onto the wall, on which Alice decided to demonstrate everything clearly. She said there are 2 categories of derivative incidents, the first being out-of-control players. They accidentally gain powerful powers, and some of them start doing evil. Thus, their bureau monitors and restricts such people. However, the main character was interested in what the second category was. Alice said that the second type of derivative incidents are the so-called dungeons. She clarified that the term does not refer to the dungeons of their missions in the game. Rather, it refers to those dungeons that appeared in reality. When Mike heard this, he was very surprised, because he had no idea that they could appear in their world. Alice said that it was written on the official website. It said that failure of the mission would have serious consequences. At that moment, the main character remembered the picture of a pile of corpses that lay near the altar and indicated that the game was over. As it turns out, when all players are eliminated, the mission is considered a failure, and then a dungeon materializes in the real world. Alice said that this was the second type of problem they needed to solve. At that moment, Mike thought that this was exactly what would happen if the mission failed, but he didn't understand why he hadn't heard about it before. Then the girl asked him not to worry, and said that dungeons are usually dealt with by veterans of past games. Then she handed him a suitcase, saying that this was his introductory luggage. When the guy opened the suitcase, he found several things inside, including a gun and a phone. The guy was extremely surprised when he saw that he was provided with a weapon. The girl took the gun in her hands and inserted a clip into it, demonstrating to the guy how it worked. She said that Mike already had a gun license and she would teach him how to use it. She then threw the gun to Mike, who barely managed to catch it, fearing that the weapon would fall to the floor and accidentally go off. Alice explained that weapons are not given out for free. They are given only to trusted individuals, and if he abuses his position, the Bureau can easily get rid of him. She then tossed him a mobile phone, telling him that it supported a satellite signal, and all assignments and communications from the organization would be sent to it. And then she took out a wristwatch, saying that it had a special detector built into it, and when something unusual was detected, an indicator would light up on the watch. She said there are 6 colors in total: green, blue, purple, orange, red, and white. The lower on the scale, the more dangerous the situation. Suddenly, at that moment, the guys heard someone knock, and Mike immediately turned around. The same man with the scar on his face entered the room and looked menacingly at the people inside. Alice was a little surprised and asked the deputy why he was there. The man's name was Thomas. He was the deputy director of the Bureau and also responsible for leading the Special Operations Group to combat emergency situations. He held a tablet in his hand and asked Alice how much longer the training would last. The girl replied that the main points had already been covered. All that was left for them to do was go to the shooting range for training. However, Thomas put the papers in front of him and said that it could wait, since they had an urgent task now. After that, he handed over one copy of the papers to the guys so that they could read it. It said that the mission code was called Cabin in the Woods. It was an uncontrolled night-rank dungeon. As soon as the girl saw this, she immediately became indignant, saying that Mike had only completed one mission, and it was too early for him to take such a risk. However, Thomas replied that he would not accept any objections. Either the guy would go on the mission or decline the offer. Then Mike decided to ask him what the consequences would be if he refused. Thomas replied that nothing special awaited him, just that the contract he had signed would be cancelled, his memories of the Bureau would be erased, and he would be sent back to where he came from. At that moment, Mike thought that if he refused, he would fail the entrance test, as well as the demonstration of power. Moreover, he would not be able to find out anything about his parents. He quickly decided that he really wanted to know about his parents, so he stood up from his seat and said that he accepted the task. After that, Thomas said that he would receive more specific information from the analytics department, and then headed for the exit. As soon as Mike was alone with Alice, he said that he thought the deputy chief was being a bit wary of him. The girl replied that, in fact, the Bureau usually does not hire players who have completed the game only once, because they are mentally unstable, and the likelihood of their death in subsequent games is high. She said some people had talked about Professor Benjamin and other staff members collecting Mike's resume for their bosses overnight, and his deputy was a man of rules. At that moment, Mike realized that he was being treated as if he had gotten there through connections, and it seemed that he had become a burden to Alice. However, the girl said that he was thinking too much, and it was her duty to complete this task. After that, she showed him a small earpiece in her ear and asked him to also put on the headset, through which the reconnaissance team would contact him. She said that he should not treat this task with disdain, because containing a dungeon is usually not a task that a newbie who has only completed the game once can handle. Then Mike reached out and said that the contract also said that they don't intentionally send people to their deaths. After that, he turned towards the door and prepared to follow the girl out, saying that the deputy chief was indeed a man of rules. Then they left the room with Alice and headed outside. The girl immediately sat down behind her car and asked Alex to sit next to her. She then asked again to put on his headset, and then addressed the person on the other end of the earpiece, saying that she was Alice and was requesting further analysis on the cabin in the woods. On the other end of the earpiece, she was told that the application was already being reviewed, and that a connection was being made to the private network of the intelligence department. Soon, an auxiliary representative was in touch. The girl introduced herself as Julia and said that she would provide information support. She said the hut in the forest appeared 36 hours ago. The scale of the contamination is 1,200 square meters. The area is currently closed off. At the moment, the temporary team consists of 3 people: the team leader Lucas, group members Alice and Mike. This is all the information about the incident with the cabin in the forest. When Alice heard this, she said that now she had no questions. When Mike realized that the veteran would be the leader of the task team, his face lit up with delight. He said that apparently the deputy was just planning to test whether he had the courage to take on this task. However, Alice said that Lucas is the kind of person you shouldn't expect much from. Mike wondered why she said that, but the girl replied that he would find out about it himself when he met him. After some time, they arrived at the right place and found a man in a long black robe who was very ill and vomiting heavily. At first, Mike was very surprised when he realized that it was indeed that same veteran standing in front of him. As it turned out, it was indeed Lucas. He was 29 years old and a disciple who had abandoned the Heavenly Master's palace. He had experience beating the game 5 times, but he suffered from alcoholism, and therefore the percentage of task completion was extremely low. Then Alice said that now he should understand why Lucas couldn't be relied upon. After this, she turned to her soldiers who were standing behind her and asked them to bring a bucket of ice water. She then immediately poured the bucket over Lucas's face to bring him back to consciousness. The man immediately jumped to his feet from the cold water and asked what was going on and why it was raining. Suddenly he heard a voice in the blue bird and immediately fell back to the ground with a peaceful face. He said that he must still be asleep because there was no other way he could have seen the blue bird. When Alice heard this, she immediately pressed her fingers to the bridge of her nose, asking the soldiers to pour it on Lucas a few more times, and if he still didn't come to his senses, then call a couple of people and take him away from here. After everything was ready, she asked the soldier to follow her to the scene of the incident. As they walked along the road, the main character asked the girl why Lucas called her a blue bird. Alice explained that this was her previous code name, so take the intelligence information, like the killer whale, whose name was Julia. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers approached the right place and pointed Alice and Mike to the building that was in front of him. As they got closer, they saw a task that looked like an ancient castle, but it emitted a strange energy. The protagonist tried to understand what he felt. It seemed to him that it was darkness or anomaly, but soon he realized that it was a feeling of imbalance. This feeling was like fragments of reality being squeezed in, and it meant that there was also an out-of-control dungeon here. Suddenly, a notification came to his watch. At that moment, the heroes wondered if it was possible that the anomaly had escaped from the dungeon. However, Alice said that this was an anomaly, but a distortion, and ordered everyone to put on protective suits, after which she asked the killer whale to determine their location to find out if the distortion was spreading. However, Mike didn't understand what distortion was and why he needed to wear any equipment. The girl said that this tension was not necessary and decided that she should teach Mike this after using a firearm, but after real experience he would figure it out himself. She said that anomaly is a general term for all types of supernatural things, which always includes monsters, terrain, and rules, and distortions are anomalous appendages, something like a virus or radiation. These things infect normal people, distorting them and turning them into monsters. The protective suit is able to slow down the speed at which it spreads to people. At this point, Mike wondered why they didn't need a protective suit, since the anomalies were distorting ordinary people. However, suddenly he thought about his own thoughts and realized something. He realized that they didn't need a suit because they were players. Now it dawned on him that they had long since undergone the largest anomalous distortion, so they did not need the suit. Meanwhile, the killer whale informed Alice that after comparative calculations, the radius of the target's distortion increased by 50 meters in 2 hours, and there was a tendency for further spread. Alice said that the scale of the distortion was growing rapidly, which meant that the level of danger had also become higher. So she asked the girl how long it would take to quickly mobilize resources. Julia said it was too late and there were no special operations officers left in the town on standby. The village was also 800 meters away. Alice then asked her to prioritize the evacuation and then apply for support. When Mike heard this, he said that Alice need not worry because he could save the situation. After Lucas arrived, Alice said that the hut was classified as a night level, which indicated that there was at least one or more supernatural phenomena or rules, and it was not something to be taken lightly. She said their goal was to conduct an investigation, and they needed to be prepared to evacuate at any time if danger arose. She said that they needed to follow together and not get separated, and then she entered the building alone. She thought that her partners would follow her, but when the girl turned around, she realized that there was no one behind her. When Mike and Lucas looked through the doorway, they realized that Alice was not there. There was only an empty corridor in front of them. The men were extremely surprised when they realized that their partner had literally dissolved into this task. Mike then turned to the killer whale, saying that Alice had disappeared before their eyes, and asked her what the hell was going on. Julia told them that Alice was lost, and she couldn't contact her. Mike realized that they wouldn't be able to find her using satellite positioning and began to wonder if there was any signal there. At this point, Lucas pulled back a little, sobering up, and said that when they were on the ground, she had been moved to another location, and obviously it would be impossible to contact her here. He then drank the entire bottle of rum and noticed that the orca had mentioned space issues when they sent the advance party here. Julia confirmed that the transmitting group encountered a spatial folding phenomenon. The length of the corridor exceeded the actual length of the building, and after opening the doors, the situation became chaotic. However, there had never been a case of forced displacement in space before. Usually changes occurred in the dungeons, and the reconnaissance team recommended abandoning the operation and waiting for reinforcements. Lucas approached Mike, noting that the rules of the space were the most unpleasant thing, and asked if he wanted to quit. Mike just sighed and asked with a determined expression on his face to give him a minute. He then mentally requested the system to open a store to exchange rewards. The next moment, a whole assortment of different magical items that the system had to offer appeared before him. Meanwhile, Alice tirelessly tried to contact the killer whale and asked her to respond as soon as she received a message. However, her phone reported that there was no signal in that location, and then the girl realized that she would not be able to contact Julia and apparently had gotten herself into something bad. Alice then turned around and looked at the open door through which she had entered the building, deciding that she just needed to get out of here. She ran to the door and seemed to go outside, but the moment she crossed the doorway, she felt a strange sensation. Before she could even touch the step, the space before her eyes changed. She found herself back in the very place she had just left, standing once again in front of the door leading outside. At that moment, Alice realized that she was dealing with a spatial fold. She decided to try to exit through this door several more times in different ways, but none of them were successful. Wherever she went, she always returned to the same place, and there was no way out of this situation. The girl then decided that since she couldn't leave, she would have to continue her exploration inside. Meanwhile, Mike and Lucas also headed deeper into the building, and the further they walked along the corridor, the more they felt the ominous aura emanating from the dark spaces. They stood in front of the entrance to another hall, which was so dark that nothing could be seen. Lucas asked his partner if he was going to go inside. Mike looked ahead with a smile and replied that he was definitely going to do it. At that moment, they entered the next hall together with Alice. Mike turned to the killer whale again, asking her to repeat the information about the key to solving the dungeon. The girl said that at the moment the transmitting group received 3 clues. The first clue was that the art museum was run by a family of 3, and some of the squad members had received a spiritual vision and saw their picture of life. The second clue was that each statue contained remains, indicating a large number of victims. The third clue stated that the transmitting group had encountered a rogue killer, and firearms had minimal effect on him. Then Mike realized what it meant. This man was the core of the mutation. At that moment, a ghost of a girl in a school uniform appeared behind Mike and Lucas, who said that she had been waiting for them for a very long time. The men turned around in horror upon hearing the woman's voice, their bodies beginning to tremble with fear. Behind them, they saw a girl with long hair and bangs in a school uniform, who was staring intently at the guests. After that, she flew past them, continuing to look intently straight into Mike's face. Then she moved as close as possible to him and looked into his eyes, causing beads of sweat to appear on Mike's face. She then walked forward down the corridor, asking the boys to follow her. Lucas asked his partner what they should do, to which the protagonist replied that they needed to follow her. The men hid behind one of the shelves and carefully watched where the girl went. It turned out that she flew to the end of the corridor and climbed into one of the paintings that hung on the wall. Then Mike asked Lucas why he wasn't dealing with this, since he was a Taoist, and it was his job to deal with things like this. In response, Lucas just smiled and said that there were no signs in this world, and he was a convinced materialist. However, this did not convince Mike, and he pointed his finger at the ghost girl, telling Lucas to tell her this right to her face. After the ghost disappeared into the painting, Lucas approached it and examined it closely, noting that it was an anomaly involving a powerful distortion that manifested itself in the form of a ghost. At this point, the Orca informed Mike that according to data, anomalies often manifest themselves in the form of legends or monsters from classical literature, and it is currently believed that people's thoughts influence their creation. Then the main character scratched his head and asked the girl what the difference was. Instead, Lucas explained to him that it was like someone being struck dead by lightning. In ancient times, people believed that lightning was punishing them for their bad deeds. However, it is now believed that this occurs because a person stands under a tall tree during heavy rain. Then he took another sip of rum and said that the first option was superstition, and the second was science. After that, Mike walked up to the painting and looked at it carefully, thinking about what the girl wanted to tell them when she called them to this painting. The main character looked at the painting and realized that it depicted a building, from the window of which the same girl was sticking out and waving to some guy. Then he assumed that in this way she was asking for help. Then they suddenly saw a ghostly girl coming out of another painting and decided to go there. The painting depicted a murder scene, a girl sitting around the corner and crying, while a man with an axe in his hands killed the very guy she called from the street. Mike realized that the girl was warning them to be careful around her father. At that moment, a stone statue of a man appeared behind them, with the same axe that was depicted in the painting. The man was wearing knightly armor. When he saw the men standing by the painting, his eyes glowed a furious red, and he prepared to attack. He raised his weapon with both hands and raised it above his head, intending to strike both men at once. However, the men managed to jump back at the last moment, and the blow landed right on the tile that was under their feet. The blow was so strong that the stone slab turned to dust. After that, the guys decided that they couldn't delay and used their skills. Mike used his talismans, and Lucas used his magic chains. Soon, a powerful explosion was heard at the place where the knight was. Lucas was extremely surprised that Mike could use talismans and asked him if he was also a Taoist. However, Mike asked why he said the word too, since Lucas had just claimed to be a materialist a few minutes ago. At that moment, the main character suddenly noticed the fragments of stones that lay in front of him he realized that these were parts of that very stone knight. Suddenly, stone fragments rose sharply into the air and rushed somewhere behind him, and at that moment the main character realized that their battle was not over. When the men turned around, they realized that the stone knight was rising again, his body beginning to come together piece by piece. In just a few seconds, he came back together as if nothing had happened to him. He took his weapon in his hands again and rushed at the men. Meanwhile, they ran away, as they needed to somehow think through their next steps. Meanwhile, Alice continued walking down the corridor, lighting her way with the flashlight that was on her phone. She thought that she had already walked several hundred meters, but now she realized that this space was distorted, expanded, or circulated somewhere. When she approached the next passage, another hall, she realized that there was also a man standing in front of her and shining a flashlight at her. At first, the girl did not understand who was in front of her and turned to the stranger. However, soon the stranger came out of the shadows, and it turned out that it was a young girl in a nurse's costume. She was surprised that she had run into someone again and asked Alice if she was that uncle's drinking buddy. Alice asked the stranger who she had seen before, to which the girl replied that before that she had seen a handsome guy and an alcoholic uncle. They said that they were looking for their friend, and now the girl began to guess that they were talking about Alice. Then Alice replied that those men were indeed her comrades, but she was interested in the question of who this nurse was. The girl thought to herself that the transmitting group had blocked off the hut in the forest as soon as it appeared, and no civilian could enter it. In that case, she had questions about how this student ended up here. However, the girl, with a smile on her face, replied that she was a streamer and was broadcasting here about the supernatural. Alice didn't understand what she meant, and then the girl smiled sweetly, said that her name was Anna, and she was very popular. However, Anna quickly realized that Alice did not recognize her, and this upset her greatly since she was confident in her popularity. Then she said that not only had she not found anything, but she had also been warned that she had entered forbidden territory. So the girl said that she was leaving, and now Alice would have to look for her comrades herself. However, just as Anna was about to leave, Alice suddenly stopped her. She said that if the girl wanted to leave through the main entrance, she wouldn't be able to. Anna was extremely surprised, asking what she meant by not being able to get out of here. Alice explained that a spatial fold had appeared in this passage, and if the problem was not solved at the root, then the people who entered here would never be able to leave. However, Anna did not want to listen to her and ran to the exit, saying that she was not going to believe it and that Alice was just trying to scare her. She ran through the entrance to the building several times, but realized that she always ended up in the same place. When Anna realized that she really couldn't get out of here, panic appeared on her face. She realized that Alice was telling her the truth and frantically asked the girl how this had happened. After that, she fell to her knees in despair, realizing that she would never be able to leave this building again. However, Alice did not share her pessimism. She asked Anna where she had met her companions, since she needed to meet them. The girl said that she had seen them in the studio behind the corridor. After that, they went to the right place, and Anna said that everything happened exactly the same as in that story about the oceanarium from which there was no escape. Alice looked at her in surprise, asking what story she was talking about. Anna explained that she meant the story of the killer ghost from the art museum. The legend said that the owner of this museum once went mad and killed his entire family and then disappeared. After this, all those who entered here were forever lost and could not find the exit. That was until they eventually met that crazy father. After this, people also became his victims. However, despite Anna's enthusiasm, Alice did not share it and did not at all believe the story that the girl told her. Moreover, she noted that Anna did not tell at all about the man who was killed by her father and became a ghost, constantly looking for a scapegoat. When she turned towards Anna, the nurse realized that she had been exposed. She touched Alice's hand, but the girl's body was immediately pierced by an electric current. Alice immediately smelled the smell of burnt flesh and looked in surprise at Anna, whose clothes had burst, revealing her blue, ghostly body. Soon, the girl in the nurse's costume disappeared completely, and the ghost of the very girl mentioned in the story appeared before her. The evil ghost, who looked more like an old skeleton, asked Alice how she knew about it. The girl said that she understood this from the very beginning, because Anna had terrible acting skills. They were in the same space, so she could not intersect with Mike and Lucas. After that, Alice rushed at the ghost, saying that she could only know about Mike and Lucas if she knew about everything that was happening here in principle. She then hit the ghost right on the head, causing Anna to fall to the ground and be shocked again. Without waiting for the ghost to rise, Alice hit her again, pressing her head into the floor. In desperation, Anna screamed that Alice would pay for everything she did to her when her father came. At that moment, the girl felt a terrible sound and covered her ears with her hands in fear. When she opened her eyes, she realized that the space in front of her began to distort and seemed to float. At that moment, she realized that Anna had taken advantage of the moment and escaped. Suddenly, she heard heavy footsteps and the sound of a heavy object being dragged. Alice quickly realized that it was the same father from her story. Meanwhile, Mike and Lucas hid from the ghost behind the door. At some point, they realized that everything had finally calmed down. However, Lucas noted that he felt like he had seen a similar scene in horror movies many times. The two main characters thought they had escaped, and just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, the killer appeared and said he had found them. Mike also understood that at the end of the story, the killer kills each of the main characters with a knife, and that is where their story ends. However, he decided not to despair and looked out from behind the door, saying that his father's statue was indeed missing, so they could not lose a minute. After this, Lucas immediately followed him out and they headed further down the corridor. Mike said he was rushing to investigate and said they had smashed the statues a total of 11 times. Of these, 3 times were done with the money sword, then 7 times with magic talismans, and once in combination. The fact is that even using different attack methods, the result was the same during the restoration of the statue. Lucas was extremely surprised when he realized that Mike had been watching the whole thing. Then the protagonist continued, saying that the statue was resurrecting too perfectly, and so much so that it did not match its own fighting power. So he decided to carefully observe the process of its resurrection. Then Mike noticed that with each resurrection, energy came from outside. Lucas was even more surprised when he realized that his partner had noticed even such details. Then the main character looked at a certain place and said that he saw it absolutely clearly. After this, the men went up to the 2nd floor and Mike stopped right next to the stairs. He used a skill called Yin Pupils. It was a gifted ability, costing 150,000 achievement points. It improved visual acuity and provided an additional field of vision in which things outside the surrounding world appeared. And also during the acquisition of heavenly eyes, one could open the pupils and look into the soul of Yan. Depending on the misfortune, the observers died early. Then the main character approached one of the doors and said that it was from this room that the energy for the resurrection of the statue came. They went inside and saw that all the walls of the room were covered with paintings. Suddenly, Lucas realized that it was incredibly cold in this room, and so he asked Mike what they were looking for here, to which the hero replied that for now he was just looking around. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a painting of a knight fighting a dragon, and at that moment, the hero realized that the aura they needed was emanating from this painting. The men immediately approached the painting and removed it from the wall. Behind it, they found a hole in the wall that seemed to lead somewhere. They realized that in the room behind the wall, there was something like an altar, and in the middle of the pentagram, there was a strange magic mirror. Mike said that the pacifying talismans contain fire and explosions, so they are not suitable for such a small space. Then Lucas realized that he needed help and called on his money cross, saying that evil spirits and evil forces would be punished. After that, he aimed a blow straight at the middle of the magic mirror, intending to destroy it. However, when they realized that Lucas's projection had disappeared and nothing else had happened, they were extremely surprised, not understanding where the entity had gone. At that moment, they heard the voice of a girl who was summoning the blue lightning skill. The men immediately realized that it was Alice's voice. At that moment, Lucas noticed that someone's silhouettes appeared in the mirror. When the men looked more closely, they realized that in the mirror they saw Alice, who had fought with the very same stone knight. Immediately after this, Mike turned to Lucas, asking if she could contact Alice, but the girl said that the signal transmission was difficult, and at present, receiving information from Alice is only available one way. While watching Alice and the knight fight, Mike said that they should find a way to contact her. At least the essence of the altar is on her side. Then Lucas said that he had a way, because in the dungeon he received a skill called the mechanism of drunken sleep. However, to carry it out, he needed to drink strong wine and fall asleep. But unfortunately, he had already finished all his wine. However, the main character had a solution. With the help of the system, he got a whole vase of wine from the drunken immortal. Then he gave him another barrel of alcohol. The third bottle was a decoction of precious liquid jade, which could also be useful to Lucas. When the man saw this, saliva began to flow from his mouth, and Mike asked him if this was enough for him to get drunk, to which the man replied that this was enough for him to die 3 times from drunkenness. He picked up one of the jars and asked Mike if he knew the technique that made it possible to extract such excellent, rare wine. However, Mike replied that he doesn't know the technique, but he has a lot of achievement points. Meanwhile, Alice continued to fight the knight, not understanding why he kept regenerating again and again, and her attacks seemed to do no harm to him. At that moment, she suddenly heard Lucas's voice, but she didn't understand where it was coming from. When she turned back, she saw a small ghost behind her, which was an exact copy of Lucas. The man said that they were in different spaces, and he came to give her a solution to deal with this anomaly. The girl looked at Lucas's projection in surprise and asked what she needed to do. The man explained that this statue is an immortal body. No matter how much you destroy it, it will all be useless. To defeat this anomaly, it is necessary to destroy the altar that feeds it with energy. It is hidden behind a painting on the 2nd floor, in the 3rd room on the left. Only in this space can it be destroyed. After that, he also told the girl that every second counted, since the knight had almost recovered. Alice decided not to delay, and immediately ran to the right room, trying to avoid the knight's attack. Meanwhile, the main character watched everything that was happening through a magic mirror, hoping that everything would go smoothly. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the very painting that was radiating an aura. He looked at it more closely and realized that the corner of the canvas was slightly deviating from the frame. Then the guy went up to the painting and decided to remove the canvas from it, looking at what was underneath. Meanwhile, Alice arrived at the right room, and Lucas pointed out that the painting was located there. However, at that moment they saw Anna's head appear from behind the door, screaming incredibly loudly as soon as she saw Alice in front of her. The girl was forced to cover her ears with her hands, as her scream was incredibly loud, and Lucas's projection flew straight at the ghost. However, the knight had already caught up with them, and with one blow of his weapon, he sawed Lucas's projection in half, preventing him from reaching his daughter. At that moment, the real Lucas woke up in the corner of the room, not understanding what had just happened to him. At this moment, the main character, who was sitting next to the painting, informed his partner that everything was not so simple here. When he noticed that Lucas was awake, he told him to help him. The man asked his partner what he was doing, since at the moment the anomaly had detained Alice. However, Mike replied that he already knew about it and was therefore looking for a way to save her, and asked Lucas to look at the painting that was behind him. The man glanced at the painting, which depicted men and a young girl, and asked his partner what was wrong with it. Mike explained that it was the original. The culprit was not the father, but his daughter, who, having become addicted to dark rituals, turned her own father to monster. In the painting they had seen before, she was not asking for help, but was luring passers-by into the museum. At that moment, Lucas realized that it was no surprise that she hadn't let them into the office, but now he was interested in what Mike was doing right now. The protagonist replied that he was currently looking for her essence. After she was reborn as an evil spirit, her essence remained in the self-portrait. If they destroy the painting, they won't kill her, but they will seriously injure her. He said that Anna thought she was clever by separating them in order to break them one by one. However, at the same time, she can only be on one side, and this is what will cause her defeat. After this, the men immediately rushed to tear up all the paintings that were in this room. Meanwhile, Alice continued to fight the knight and his daughter, but her strength was running out. Anna looked at her from behind the door, screaming that Alice was about to die. However, at that moment, the ghost felt as if her body had given birth to someone's blow. Before she could even process it, she felt that Guy Lucas was tearing the paintings apart, thus tearing her body apart. Meanwhile, Alice noticed that the girl was literally starting to fall apart. She looked at the ghosts and saw that Anna's head had been cut off from her body, and her night father was beginning to fall apart into small pieces. At that moment, Lucas and Mike realized that the girl had come here to stop them. They immediately threw away the paintings and prepared their weapons to fight her. Anna herself and her father stood behind the door, preparing for a 2-on-2 fight. The battle was hard fought, but the men still managed to win, and all that was left of the night was a pile of soulless stones. Lucas's strength was running low, and he told Mike, asking if he could hold out a little longer. When Mike heard this, he handed him a figurine of a tiger sitting on a cube. Lucas looked at the figurine in surprise, not understanding what it was, and then he touched it with his hand, and it suddenly began to glow. At that moment, the man realized that he was holding an artifact of average quality in his hands, and asked Mike where he got such a good thing. The hero replied that it was his inheritance from his parents. However, the boys soon realized that the fight with the ghosts was still not over, and the night began to gradually recover. But despite this, the men were ready to fight him this time, since they now had a powerful white tiger on their side. Then suddenly, Mike saw that the knight's body suddenly began to fall apart again. Just a moment ago, he stood ready to fight, but now his body began to crack again and fall apart little by little. In just a few seconds, nothing was left of his body, and his legs began to crumble into small stones and fall to the floor. At that moment, Mike realized that Alice had apparently actually done her part. As it turned out, the girl managed to reach the right room and destroy the very mirror that fed the knight's essence. Meanwhile, Anna flew up to her father, who was reduced to stones, and began shouting at him, urging him to get up on his feet and continue fighting. At that moment, Lucas walked straight towards her, quietly saying that apparently, this time he really did die. Then he smiled, looking the ghost in the face, and asked her if she had any other tricks that he didn't know. Anna began to frantically look around, thinking about what she should do. When she realized that she could no longer fight, she immediately turned around and flew towards the exit. Lucas ran after her, realizing that they couldn't just let her go. However, Mike was faster. He took out a magic bag and caught Anna's essence in it. When he tied the bag, he felt that the ghost was trying to get out of there, but she was unable to do so. Lucas was extremely surprised when he realized that Mike had managed to seal this ghost girl in a bag. He said that this anomaly is capable of creating distortions, so according to the Bureau's rules, such things cannot be kept on one's person. However, In exchange for this, the main character offered him 1 jug of drunken immortal wine. When Lucas heard this, he was ready to agree but still doubted, and then the protagonist offered him 2 jugs. His final offer was 2 jugs of drunken immortal and 3 jugs of the Emperor's flow pulp, and in exchange for this, he would take the ghost with him. Lucas couldn't resist such a lucrative offer and shook Mike's hand, agreeing to his terms. He said that now their version will be that the soul of the anomaly was completely destroyed. At that moment, the man felt the space around them begin to distort. When they looked at the doorway, they found Alice standing there, looking strangely at their handshake. When the men saw her suspicious look, they immediately ran away from each other, saying that it was just an accident. However, the girl only turned to the killer whale, saying that the spatial anomaly had disappeared, and asked what was with the level of energy distortion. Julia said that a rapid decrease in the distortion area and its energy level was detected, and a preliminary assessment indicated that the incident had been resolved. When Alice heard this, she said that they had to leave as the task was completed, and they needed to report. Soon after, the 3 guys walked out of the building with smiles on their faces. They then sent the report to the deputy, who immediately reviewed it. Thomas noted that Mike had performed particularly well in this task, and asked his interlocutor if he had anything else he could add. His interlocutor replied that Mike was very strong. He was much stronger than players who had completed the game only once. As it turned out, he spoke with Lucas. The man said that Mike has a sense of justice and is ready to take risks for the sake of ordinary people, teammates. He is smart and carefully observes everything, has great potential, but he also hides a lot. Thomas understood what he was talking about, his parents' legacy, and then said that he had received his report and thanked the man for his hard work. In response to this, Lucas smiled and said that he was glad to help for the sake of the Bureau. Meanwhile, the main character went home to finally get a good night's sleep. In the morning, he didn't want to wake up at all, but he had no choice. He went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water to wake up faster. After that, he sat down in a chair in his room and was still trying to come to his senses. In his hand, he held a white tiger cube. As soon as he took out the artifact, the animal appeared next to him and lay down next to his chair. At that moment, the main character realized that all this was true. Mike thought about how it had only been 2 days, given his reality, and he couldn't believe that this was what he had been told. Original Sin runs once a week, and there are 5 days left until its next run. However, there was something else that was bothering him. Deputy Director Thomas had said that he didn't like it when Mike used privileges, and now it seemed that his attitude towards him was too hostile. He also suggested that Thomas might simply be wary, and even his parents' personal files were classified. Mike then realized that all safety precautions were now in place for their cooperation. Suddenly, he noticed his phone and realized that someone was calling him, but the number was unknown. When he picked up the phone, a female voice screamed out loudly, causing Mike to take the phone away from his ear. As it turned out, he was talking to a young girl who introduced herself as Ophelia and said that she would be his assistant. The girl sat at the computer, holding a lollipop in her hands, and said that she would like to build a good relationship with Mike. However, the main character did not even understand who Ophelia was and why she was calling him. Then the girl said that yesterday, Mike only had a temporary assistant, and a permanent one would be appointed a little later, and it seemed that the previous assistant was a friend of the Bluebird. When Mike realized she was talking about Alice, he asked Ophelia why she didn't call her by name. The girl stretched in her chair and noted that Mike didn't need to know that. Then she suddenly said that the Bureau often uses code names during missions to ensure the safety of its employees, something Mike should have been taught in class. However, the protagonist wearily said that he still had not completed his training. Ophelia said that in that case it was strange that he knew the Bluebird's real name, and then asked why Mike himself didn't have a name, wondering if the system hadn't entered it. However, the main character himself did not know the answer to this question. The girl then decided to check his name in the system herself, and when she entered it, she found a dossier with the code name Charlie. When Mike heard this name, he suddenly felt a strange feeling. Suddenly, Ophelia looked at the screen in surprise and noticed something strange. As it turned out, this code name was used by two people. She noted that it was a rather strange event. Moreover, the other user was apparently classified, but the girl decided to complete the check of his file to see who that person was. When she opened his file, she realized that the other user was named Philip, and apparently he was a deserter. When Mike heard this, he immediately screamed and asked the girl if she had read it correctly. At that moment, all of Ophelia's computers started to display alerts about danger. The girl said that apparently the connection had been lost, so she asked Mike to wait until she sorted out the problem, and then she would call him again. However, Mike demanded an immediate answer from her, asking what happened to that deserter. When he looked down at his phone, he realized that there was also a danger message there, so their phone call was dropped. He began to think to himself about why his father was suspected of desertion when he was supposed to be an elder, but if all of this was true, then everything became crystal clear to him. After that, his phone rang again, and the guy immediately thought it was Ophelia. He picked up the phone and shouted for an explanation from the girl, but he soon realized that it was not Ophelia. It turned out that Alice had called him, and now she was puzzled as to why Mike was so agitated. He said that he had just spoken to his assistant, but Alice was not particularly interested and said that his badge and all the study materials were ready and would be delivered by courier right to his door. After a while, there was a knock on his door, and Mike went to open it for the courier. When he opened the door, he saw a man wearing glasses and a suit standing there, holding a small box in his hands, and asking Mike to check his things that were in it. Without further ado, the protagonist took the box and looked at it wearily. When he looked up, he realized that the man was no longer on the threshold, but he didn't even have the strength to be angry. After that, he began to look at the things that were in the box and decided that while Ophelia was not answering her calls, he would read other information. The documents in the box stated that depending on the level of power, oddities are divided into 7 levels. The level meant that monsters that are slightly distorted by their energy cannot actively use their abilities, which poses a great threat to humans. Night level denoted monsters with strong energy distortion that could use at least one ability. Even with firepower, they were quite difficult to destroy. Bishop level denoted monsters that were capable of using multiple abilities at once and possessed powerful distorted energy that could instantly injure or kill thousands of ordinary people. Deity-level monsters had the ability to control at least one rule, and they could not be defeated without going through their limitations. It was a monster that could shake the civilization system. The highest levels of disasters, extinction, and end of life are monsters that exist only in theory, enemies that pose a serious threat to the survival of the entire world. Mike realized that the player's level corresponded to a certain level of the monster, and then realized that he was apparently a silver level. However, the talisman and statuette are not so much abilities as they are simply auxiliary items. Then the guy decided that to be on the safe side, he needed to master something else. It had to be some kind of ability. At that moment, his phone rang. As it turned out, it was Ophelia. She said that she had finally finished all the corrections and didn't even think that it would be so difficult. Mike then asked if she had found any more information. However, the girl replied that she had not found anything else and had no intention of doing so, since she valued her life. Ophelia said just a few words, and immediately about 30 viruses began to block her. It was a real crisis for her. Fortunately, she was quite smart, otherwise she would have been caught long ago. She then asked Mike if he knew the very Philip they were talking about. Suddenly, the main character announced that it was his father. When Ophelia heard this, She was speechless and the chupa chups fell out of her hands. Then she chuckled and said that, apparently, she would become a witness who would soon be removed. Mike then told her that she was his assistant, and she took the initiative to check the code name for him. He also said that Ophelia read confidential documents and then hid from punishment. The more the girl listened to this, the more she realized how much she got into trouble. She began to cry, saying that now she would definitely be considered an accomplice, expelled from the organization, and she would lose all the latest equipment that the organization had provided her with. However, Mike stated that it seemed like she was worrying about the wrong things. He asked the girl not to worry, saying that his father was only suspected of desertion. They would have nothing on his father, so everything would be fine. Besides, no one except the two of them knew that Ophelia was digging into information, and Mike was not going to tell about it. He heard the girl crying, and so he assured her once again that this secret would remain between them. However, he stated that he needed her help with something, because friends should help each other. He said he needed a new ability and asked Ophelia if she knew how to get it. The girl replied that she knew this because the information was not secret and was going to send it to Mike. She said that in fact it is not only a matter of spiritual strength and magical power, but a strong mind. All this is by nature, and only the energy and methods of awakening are special for them. The basic principle is that distortions change the human body and allow the use of energy, exercises, spiritual stones, and treasures, all of which are sources of energy. Then Mike asked what the safest way to wake up was. Ophelia responded that she felt that the rewards from the game were many rewards that could be used for awakening, and that most people used these methods. When Mike heard this, he jumped up from his seat and asked her what would be the best way to awaken the ability. Then the girl promised to send him something. Soon after, the protagonist began to walk back and forth in his room, thinking about something. At one point, he walked over to his desk, on which lay several objects, and realized that now everything was decided. He looked at the objects that were lying on the table. There was a peach, a purple stone, a banana, and also an empty glass. The purple stone is the crystal of sorrow of the eternal fire. The stone wrapped in the trace of the fire of sorrow can withstand its suffering, burn bodies, or awaken the power of fate and creation. Mike took the stone in his hands and thought that, according to Ophelia's information, this thing would help him in awakening. The eternal flame, sorrow crystal, had a high probability of awakening spiritual power and a low probability of obtaining the ability to steal fire. It was used as food. However, it was noted that it was a very painful process. However, Mike decided that he would first complete the task and then activate it to help and swallow the stone. At first, he even chuckled because it didn't taste as bad as he expected. However, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, and his face twisted sharply in pain. He suddenly fell sharply out of his chair and grabbed his stomach with his hand. He was in incredible pain, and it felt like something was exploding in his stomach, something incredibly hot. At that moment, the system informed him that the crystal of sorrow of the eternal flame had changed the physical state of its owner. Mike was practically incapable of anything in this state, but with the last of his strength, he used the activation of spiritual power. Now he understood how it was used. The system soon informed him that the spiritual transformation had been completed and the firepower had been increased, with a progress of 5%. At this moment, the protagonist cursed, but he realized that it was not surprising that the probability of obtaining a fire ability was low, but he doubted that it was even possible to achieve 100% progress. Then he stood up with the last of his strength and slammed his fist hard on the table. Suddenly, he noticed the objects that remained lying on the table. When he looked at the enticing pink peach, drool started to flow from his mouth. He immediately took the fruit and began to gnaw on it like a madman. The system then informed him that his physical condition had improved and his endurance had increased, with his current progress now at 21%. After that, the main character asked the system to put all the things into improving the physique. Literally the next moment, all the objects that were on his table lit up and seemed to start flying in the air. The main character immediately approached the table and began to endlessly eat everything that was on it, while the system endlessly informed him about the increase in progress and the end of the study of the ability of fire. After that, Mike sat down tiredly in his chair. His mouth smoking, he sighed with relief, realizing that it was finally over. He then turned to the system again and asked it to open his bag. After seeing its contents, he realized that everything was not so bad. He received almost all the rewards for completing the first task. Looking at the purple light that came from his finger, he thought that he was doing all this for a reason. Suddenly, the system sent him a notification congratulating him on completing a hidden task. The protagonist looked at the notification in surprise, which said that the secret task was to unlock the spiritual energy system before the third copy, and as a reward, he received a help center. However, Mike had absolutely no idea what help center the system was talking about. Then the system explained to him that the help center opens before each mission for a copy, where the owner of the system can exchange his points for the purchase of props that will help during the passage, for example, local currency, special clothing, and other unique props. The protagonist thought that all this sounded quite useful, but he wondered what he should do during these few days. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came into his head. He stood up from his chair and walked over to the boxes, then picked up one of them. After this, he took out from there the statue that he had obtained in the original sin and placed it on the floor in front of him. He looked at her carefully and decided to deal with this first. The system told him that there was a statue of Empress Minmu in front of him. It required blood, and it was also impossible to track its power, but the statues definitely had demonic energy. There was a guess that it was the incarnation of some god. Then Mike sat down in front of the statue and touched it with his hand, saying that he didn't care what it was like before, because now it would go on the bright side, and there would be no problems with the sacrifice. And then he took out the very same magic bag in which Anna's sealed ghost was located. He looked at the statue and its future victim, who lay in front of it, and realized that in any case, he needed to put these things from the game somewhere. At that moment, the statue seemed to look at the bag that lay in front of it, and it seemed as if its face was distorted with contempt. Suddenly, the creature that was in the bag began to thrash from side to side, trying to get out of its prison. At this moment, Alice called the main character. The guy picked up the phone and asked her what was wrong. The girl said it was time to open the second copy of the game, and the Bureau had sent task force members, and they would be arriving any minute. Meanwhile, the statue absorbed Anna's ghost, while the protagonist went to the next room to change clothes. He put his game suit back on and wondered if he should do anything else, because he might have forgotten something. At this moment, he discovered that several people in glasses and suits had already entered his room and were standing one person in each corner. The guy looked at the men with distrust and asked them if they had to stare at him like that. He felt some strange tension coming from them. At that moment, Ophelia informed him through the headset that this was their job, and he would soon get used to it. At that moment, the girl was watching Mike through surveillance cameras. She said that in the end, they need to keep a close eye on everything so that no problems arise in the copy. Then Mike realized he needed to hurry and asked the girl if the copy would be dangerous. In response, Ophelia chuckled softly, bit off a piece of corn straw, and said that this copy would be very difficult. She said that if they ended up in this copy, the survival rate would be only 10%. However, they still had something to do, and so these people will always be by Mike's side. The guy then asked Ophelia if he could contact her while in the copy, but the girl said that they currently do not have such technology. At this point, Mike began to wonder why he needed to keep in touch with her in that case. The girl, surprised, said that she would help him cope with his emotions. She said that Mike could communicate with her to relieve stress and tension, thereby increasing his chances of passing the copy. Then the main character decided that he couldn't do anything about it, so they would communicate at least through chat. After that, the system informed him that there were 15 minutes left before the game started, and he needed to enter the preparation area early, after which Mike felt that interference was appearing in the space around him again. After that, he disappeared from the room, leaving behind only dust. One of the bodyguards reported on his earpiece that Mike had entered the game and was on alert. Soon the protagonist realized that he had teleported to another place. When he looked around, he realized that he was on a practically empty bus. He looked ahead and saw that there was a man sitting behind the wheel, and they were driving along a wide road somewhere ahead. When the protagonist looked around, he saw several more people who had joined the game. At first, their bodies were also emitting interference, since their teleportation was not complete. At this point, one of the participants, a grown man with a scorpion tattoo on his forehead, stood up from his seat and ordered everyone else to calm down. He asked the other passengers if they would obey him. One of the participants, a young girl, looked around with fear, asking him what kind of place this was. At that moment, the man approached her and realized that there was a new girl standing in front of him. He asked her if she hadn't received anything. The girl stepped back timidly, saying that she had received something, but did not understand what it was. Hearing this, the man laughed. He realized that the girl apparently thought it was spam, and then said that he thought her death would be very exciting. Then he began to come closer and closer to her, telling her not to worry, because he would take care of her. Mike watched the scene warily, trying to figure out what the man was going to do. The purpose of the mission was still unknown to him, so he decided it was better for him not to interfere. Meanwhile, the girl had hit one of the seats and realized that there was nowhere else to retreat, but the man continued to approach her, asking why she was so afraid of him. He extended his hand to her to touch her body and said that he would just play with it a little. At that moment, the protagonist realized that he could not watch it anymore. He suddenly stood up from his seat and took the man by the hand, stopping him. The protagonist felt that the bandit was so strong that his hand became incredibly painful from the force with which he squeezed it. Mike then used his skills, and his palm lit up with purple fire, burning the man's hand. The man immediately pulled his hand back and, moving away to a sufficient distance, said that first they needed to complete the task and then think about all sorts of nonsense. After that, he once again enveloped his hand in purple flame and said that otherwise he would have to punish him. When the man heard this, he became furious and immediately rushed towards him across the bus. However, seeing his hand glowing with fire, he suddenly stopped and said that he did not want to waste his energy on this and would rather save it for the task. When Mike realized that he would not harm the girl now, he withdrew his hand, but still continued to look menacingly at the man. At that moment, the system informed him about the completion of a special task in which he had to save a girl, for which he received 300 merit points. Meanwhile, a young girl came up to him from behind and carefully took him by the edge of his jacket, thanking him for his help. Mike turned to her and smiled sweetly, saying that he did what he had to do. Meanwhile, another player, a middle-aged man with glasses, stood up from his seat and decided to approach the main character. He said that judging by his clothes, one could conclude that the guy was from the bureau, and then asked his name. The men shook hands, and Mike introduced himself by his code name, Charlie. Then the man with glasses said his name was Jordan, but his friends just called him Joe. Then he introduced another young man and said his name was Sam. They were from the same club called Tianya. When the man with the tattoo heard the name of the club, he suddenly began to shake with fear. Mike knew that according to the information he had received, this was an early player organization, and the man said that they were both from there. so the guy suggested that it seemed like a team game could be chosen. After that, Jordan walked past him and said with a smile that Charlie could rely on him. He then turned to the man with the tattoo and said that, apparently, he also knew about their club, and therefore it was better for him to keep a low profile. He gently took him by the shoulder and said that he thought that the first thing to think about was the task, and asked the man what he thought about it. The bandit said, in a voice shaking with fear, that Jordan was right. Then the man removed his hand from his shoulder and said that he should apologize for his actions. Without thinking twice, the bandit approached the girl and Mike and apologized to them for his behavior. When Joe saw this, he smiled and clapped his hands, saying that he was glad that everything had been sorted out, since only by working together could they complete the job. After that, Mike went to his seat, thinking that this Jordan had established his identity as the leader of the team. However, his instinct told him that this man was clearly not as simple as he seemed at first glance. At this moment, a young girl, Christy, approached Mike and asked if she could sit next to him, and the guy agreed. He then asked the system to open a help center where he could purchase green tickets, data, or a map. The hero received the items he needed quite quickly, and in the meantime the bus continued to travel to its destination. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, a ritual was taking place. A ram's head lay in the center of the pentagram, and a mysterious voice said that one guy would die, and the corpses would rise. At that moment, something that was in the protected flask behind the green liquid burst out. The voice said that one would die, but there would be many monsters. After this, the creature destroyed the wall and came out, and then the voice said that everyone would burn. Meanwhile, all the players arrived at their destination. The driver dropped them off at one of the stations, then turned around and drove off in the opposite direction. When the boys raised their heads up, they noticed a system message that said that they had completed the ominous moon in the sky quest, the condition of which was to end the revenge. The backstory stated that the players are spies from an organization to contain the supernatural, while in Area X, a strange murder occurred in a small town, and they pretended to be FBI agents to find out if there really was a supernatural shadow behind the case. Jordan then reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out an FBI badge. He doubted that the task had been completed, as the complexity of the copy looked high. Then the other players also took out their badges and looked at Jordan in surprise. At that moment, Sam came up to him from behind and asked him why he was saying that. Jordan said that the completion conditions must have been for previous copies of the other players to survive until the end of a certain event. Although the survival mission was dangerous, at least all the conditions were known regardless of their actions. The most important thing was to survive until the end. However, if certain conditions are not met now, the copy will not be completed. Joe lit a cigarette and said that if the player were to take the initiative to investigate, he would most likely encounter some unknown dangers and rules. He then walked up to Sam and said that this was his third copy, so he needed to be more careful than ever before. After this, he approached the other players and informed them that the difficulty of the game might have been increased, so he decided that they had better work together to successfully pass this copy. After that, all 5 players set off along the road to that same small town. Jordan said that their only lead was the strange murder mentioned in the mission's backstory, and so they needed to start there. At this time, the bandit suggested that they should go to the police, since they had documents. However, Sam informed him that they couldn't do that because the screen said that Area X was a special organization, and the outside world didn't know that they had fake documents. Most of the residents would figure it out once the police checked the serial number, and the documents would be exposed. However, at this moment the main character announced that he had an idea. Soon they came to a building, at the entrance of which stood a small chair, on which sat an adult man in a straw hat, who, apparently, was dozing. Mike walked up to his chair and tapped on it, greeting the man and saying that he was a reporter from the newspaper. He wanted to see the scene of a recent murder in town and asked the man to show him the way. However, the man was very unhappy that the guy had woken him up and sent him away. At that moment, Mike decided that instead of answering, he would be better off offering the man a stack of money. After that, he looked at the man again and smiled, asking if he would show him the way. When the man saw the money, he immediately jumped up from his seat and shook Mike's hand, promising to help without any problems. Soon he took Mike and Jordan to the cliff and pointed to a house in the distance, saying that John lived there. The men looked ahead and saw an old 2-story house. Mike then asked the man why John lived in such a remote place. The man replied that after his wife and children ran away, John went crazy and moved here. They said that he believed in various oddities. There were rumors that he could sit for hours and look at the skulls of dead animals, not noticing anything around him. At one such moment, his wife took their little daughter and left, but John didn't even notice. Shortly after, Sam and the bandit headed towards the house, which was wrapped in police tape. Jordan suggested going into the house because they might find something useful there, and Mike agreed. However, the man who gave them directions began to worry about possible questions from the police. But Mike noted that when the police arrived, they would take care of everything themselves. He then asked the man again to tell him about John and his strange beliefs. The man thought for a moment and began his story. He didn't know John well, but he remembered that he moved here 10 years ago. When they first arrived, they were enthusiastic and kind people. Although not locals, they were accepted without any problems. 5 years later, they had a girl. However, the girl was a little strange, always kept to herself, and did not play with other children. This behavior alarmed Father John, and he began to look for exorcists to drive the devil out of his daughter. He regularly called priests, suspecting that something was wrong with his daughter. However, this approach seriously damaged his relationship with his wife, and they often quarreled. In the end, they could not come to an agreement and divorced. After this, the mother and daughter left John's house, and he moved into this house and completely lost his mind. The man said that was all he knew, and that Mike would have to contact the police for details of the case. The protagonist then noticed that the man had mentioned that John was not from around here, and asked if there were any special features in his background. The man raised his hands and said that he did not understand the issue. Suddenly they heard a police car approaching the house and turned towards it. Jordan, who was in the house, also came out to the sound and asked what was going on. He soon realized that there was indeed a police car approaching them. When the players turned around, they saw a lone police car with its lights flashing. A plump man came out of it and menacingly asked the players who they were and what they were doing there. It was a bald, middle-aged policeman holding a donut in one hand and leaning on the car door with the other, who ordered everyone to put their hands up. But he sounded completely unconvincing. The only one who raised his hands was a man in a cowboy hat. He addressed Officer Max, saying that they were reporters who had come to collect evidence for the case, but the policeman told him to shut up, saying that they could not be at the crime scene. He then walked up to Mike and asked if they were indeed reporters, to which the protagonist smiled broadly and confirmed, after which he showed his ED. Sam was extremely surprised, not understanding where Mike got his reporter's ID from, but Jordan advised him to just watch. At this point, Officer Sam carefully examined the package that Mike had given him, and opening it, saw several $1,000s. He understood what the reporter was hinting at, and said with a smile that he had a very good ID, but still could not move freely here. In response, Mike put his hand on his shoulder and said that they were only there to take some photos for a report. It was a very strange thing, and they would not mind some details. He then took out another bundle and thrust it into the officer's hand. Max said that until the case was closed, the evidence could not be shown to outsiders, and after that, Mike offered him another wad of money. At that moment, Max realized that this would be enough to tell him, and even said that now he and Mike were real friends. Sam was puzzled, not knowing that this was a thing to do, and suggested that perhaps with Jordan too, it would be worth putting some money aside for the future. Jordan then asked him if it was possible to bring outside money into the game, at which point Sam realized that they couldn't do that, and he became doubly curious about how Mike got so much money into the game. After everything was resolved, Officer Max got into his car and drove away, after which Mike and the man in the hat said goodbye to him. Jordan waved at him too, thinking to himself that Mike wasn't as simple as he seemed. Mike then walked towards the house and said that the officer had left to help them collect evidence at the police station, and asked if Joe had found out anything while they were at the house. The man said he had learned that the deceased had apparently committed suicide, but had had problems with the weapon. By all accounts, he was a rather attractive man, but he had a very unfortunate fate. He took an unconventional approach to committing suicide, and somehow managed to cut himself into 7 or 8 pieces. When Christy heard this, she covered her face in horror. Mike also wondered how this was even possible. Then he turned to the system and asked it to show him the task again. He realized that there were no clues in the mission description, but it seemed that suicide was not the true cause of John's death. At this point, Officer Max arrived at the police station to find the information he needed. He quietly made his way into the archive and dug up the necessary folder of documents. Meanwhile, the players entered the house, and Mike realized that they just needed to wait for the policeman. Christy made a cup of hot tea, and the protagonist thanked the girl for it, which caused a blush to appear on her face. At this point, the bandit standing in the middle of the room said that now was not the time for tea, and asked the other players if they were scared. However, Mike replied that he had checked everything, and that the room was fine. Then Jordan asked if he had any information. Mike replied that at some point the now deceased John had moved to this town, and according to rumors, everyone here believed in cults, so he was not surprised that the mission was assigned to this particular place. Then Christy asked him if they were really going to that small town of Haishui, but the main character said that they didn't need to rush. First they had to collect enough evidence and then go to the boss. At this point, Mike heard a police siren from a car parked outside. He informed his comrades that their officer friend had returned and hoped that he had brought some good news. After this, the main character went outside and saw Max, who was standing near the stairs, holding a box of books in his hands. The bald man looked around warily and told the boy that he had better hurry, as he must understand that the officer was taking a great risk by bringing this out. After that, Mike took the box of books from him and then headed back to the house. Finally, he turned to Max and said that they understood everything, and also thanked him for his help, adding that they would try to do everything quickly. After that, he came quite close to him and handed him some bills, saying that he would never hurt his friends. Then the boys sat down at the table, and each of them began to read the books that the officer had brought. At that moment, Jordan had an epiphany, grabbed his head, then stood up abruptly, slammed his hands on the table, and declared that he had found what he was looking for. He showed them a magazine with a photo of a man, and said that this guy who died under mysterious circumstances was Tom Soros. Mike then turned to the officer standing in the doorway and asked what year it was. In response, Max looked up and said that it was 1957, and then asked why he was interested. The protagonist thought about the fact that the date of the article was 1927, so their task was to deal with the spirit of a man who died 30 years ago. At that moment, Christy raised her hand and said that she had also found something. She was holding a book in her hands and explained that it was John's diary. She said that in his diary, John wrote about how he became interested in different religions after he was haunted by an evil spirit. He also mentioned that even after he escaped from that city, that spirit still did not leave him alone. He wrote that those who took part in those experiments ultimately died. The man claimed in his diary that death would soon overtake him. John seemed to be horrified. He wrote that he had already repented of all his sins and was now asking the Lord for mercy. At that moment, the protagonist slammed his hand on the table, then stood up from his seat and declared that he seemed to understand everything. Max looked at him in surprise, as he didn't understand what the guy was talking about. However, Mike said there was nothing special about it. He just noticed a few clues in the news. After this, he again turned to the officer and informed him that his help had been very useful and that he could now return the books back, but he must try not to get caught. After Max left, the protagonist went outside and stood right in front of the house. After this, the rest of the guys went outside to see the departing officer off. After Max left, the protagonist cleared his throat and decided to turn to his comrades. He climbed the stairs and said that he had an idea. He asked the children if they remembered the children's song that was played before the start of the task. Christy remembered that it was about a man who died. His body was buried in a grave, but his soul was never found. And the song also mentioned that after one person died, an evil spirit appeared, and an entire town disappeared. Mike replied that, judging by John's diary, everything fits together. Tom Soros died 30 years ago at the Fatileo Medical Center as a result of some experiment and turned into an evil spirit. Joe then asked him if he thought the first line of the song was a hint, and Mike replied that he did think so. Hearing this, Jordan grabbed his head and asked the guys to stop speaking in riddles, since he did not understand anything at all. Then Mike explained to him that they thought the first line of the song was hinting at John. The line about his soul never being found could have the opposite meaning. If they could find his soul, they might get some clues. At this point, Sam entered the conversation. He said that he could try to trace the last moments of John's life, but he needed additional information related to him. At some point, Mike thought about it, but quite quickly a new idea came to his mind. He turned abruptly and headed in the other direction, telling the boys to follow him. He soon found some shovels and handed one to each of his team. Sam looked at the instrument in surprise and asked Mike what he was up to. Then the hero answered him that Sam himself said that he needed more material. After this, with a triumphant expression on his face, he announced that they were going to dig up the grave. As they approached the right grave, on which stood a gravestone with a cross, Sam looked at it with apprehension and asked if they were really serious about doing this. However, the main character simply began to silently dig the ground, ignoring the concerns of his comrade. Then he sternly told him that he needed to talk less and do more. He warned him that if anyone came here, it would be too late. The rest of the guys took his words seriously and began to dig up the grave quite quickly. They dug all night and felt very tired towards morning, so Jordan sat down to rest. Then he looked up and noticed that it had been dark just a moment ago, but the sun had already risen. At that moment, Christy ran up to the other guys and said with fear in her voice that something strange was happening. Mike asked her if someone had come, but the girl said that it wasn't exactly like that. The thing was that she had seen fish. When the boys looked up, they saw that phantom fish and even whales were actually flying over the graves. The boys watched what was happening with confusion. Jordan was the most scared of all and asked what was going on. Christy said she didn't know why the fish were there, but they suddenly appeared from the grave. Then the protagonist decided that the best solution in this situation would be to use the yin eyes. However, he quickly realized that his eyes did not react to these creatures, which meant that they were not ghosts. Since they didn't interact with the objects in any way, Mike assumed they were just hallucinations. Sam then turned to the boys and said that there were more and more of these ghosts, and he didn't know what to do with them now. At that moment, Christy grabbed Mike's shoulder in fear because she thought she heard someone laughing. Jordan also tensed up. He raised his shovel and prepared to attack, At that moment, one of the dolphins that was circling behind him turned red. After this, he suddenly opened his mouth and released a red water ball from it. It hit Jordan right in the back and seemed to be absorbed into his body. At that moment, the man felt incredibly strong pain. From this pain, he dropped the shovel from his hands, fell to his knees and grabbed his head, and then began to scream loudly. Mike, surprised, asked what was going on with Jordan, to which Joe replied that there was no external damage to his body. Apparently, it was a mental attack. He said that one touch would be fine, but too many could have serious consequences. At that moment, Mike realized that in this situation, all they could do was fight. Then, together with Joe, they pulled out their weapons and prepared to repel the attacks of the intruders. The protagonist used his scrolls while Joe used pistols, but the men quickly realized that their attacks were useless against these fish. At this point, Joe turned to Mike and asked if he had anything that could attack spirits, to which the hero replied that he wanted to try something. At that moment, Mike took out one of his scrolls and enveloped it in a strange purple energy emanating from his hand. After that, he aimed the scroll straight at the monsters, and as soon as it collided with their phantom bodies, they immediately turned purple. However, at that moment, Sam looked out from behind Jordan and reported that the strange dolphin was recovering. The guys, who had been trying to fight off the monsters all this time, noticed that there were more and more of them. At this point, Mike said that this strange laugh was the key to what was happening, and added that they needed to find its source and destroy it, but they didn't know where it was hiding. At this point, Christy said that she seemed to know where he was. She pointed her finger at the tree and explained that at first it was just a vague feeling, but then it became clearer and clearer, and now she knew for sure that something was hiding inside that tree. Then Joe said that all they had to do now was trust the girl and place a bet. After that, the guys headed towards the tree that Christy pointed out, fighting off the monsters that tried to attack them. When they got close enough to the tree, the girl pointed at it with her hand and said that there was something on the right branch. The protagonist immediately looked up and summoned a new burst of dark energy. After that, he attacked the place that Christy pointed out, with Joe helping him with his pistols. As they attacked, a ghostly woman appeared from the strange red barrier, her eye glowing with a terrifying red energy. As soon as she saw people approaching her, she opened her terrifying mouth and let out a scream. It was so terrible that the boys fell to their knees in fear and were forced to cover their ears with their hands. At that moment, memories of doctors testing patients, including this ghostly woman, flashed through Mike's mind. Without thinking twice, he grabbed the tiger statue and then summoned it to help him fight off the ghost. At this moment, the ghost woman was distracted by the tiger that was attacking her and did not notice Mike, who was approaching her at maximum speed. A second later, he appeared right next to the woman, grabbed her by the neck with his energy hand, and declared that he would not give her another chance. Soon after the ghostly woman was destroyed, the rest of the phantom fish began to dissolve into thin air. Suddenly, a piece of paper with something interesting written on it fell right into the main character's hands. After that, he jumped down from the tree and turned to his comrades to inform them of the discovery. On the piece of paper was written about the test subject number 2, who had the abilities of emotional resonance and mental impact. It said that the subject could project his emotions onto others, instantly causing powerful psychic attacks. The name of the organization is the Fatileo Medical Center. This is the very place where the incident with Tom happened 30 years ago. Most likely, the hospital was just a cover. In fact, it was a research center for the study of abnormal people. However, at that moment, Christy pointed forward and said that she still felt that there was something behind that tree. Mike looked behind him in surprise and asked what it could be. He walked around the tree trunk and noted that there was nothing there, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. The hero then decided to use his yin-eye skill to find things that might be hidden from normal sight. As soon as he used this skill, a ghost of a man immediately appeared in front of him, sitting right next to the tree. At that moment, the rest of the guys approached the hero from behind and asked if he had found anything. Mike turned to them and said that it was John's residual soul. It could only be seen with his yin-eye skill. After that, the main character pulled out a bottle of bull tears and asked the rest of the guys to use them. He said that the effect would not last long, but at least they would be able to see John. After the boys used the bull's tears, they actually saw the man's soul in front of them. Sam was extremely surprised because he realized that it was indeed John. However, Christy was still confused and asked Mike why she could even feel such things. The protagonist said that it was simple. She was just starting to awaken her ability. Some people are affected by anomalies just by being near them, and Christy was one of them. However, he patted her on the head and told her not to worry. As this was even good, it proved that she had an unusual talent. After this, Sam squatted down next to John, and then Joe asked him if he could try to return his memories to him. Sam replied that he should be able to. He then stuck his hand right into the man's phantom body. Mike asked in surprise what he was doing, to which Joe replied that he was interacting with the residual soul. It was similar to mediumship, namely communication with spirits. When the boys looked closely, they saw that a mouth with sharp teeth and a long tongue had appeared on Sam's palm. The man was serious and wanted to know more information about this man. At that moment, John's soul began to be absorbed directly through the open mouth into Sam's palm, and from the overabundance of sensations, he fell to the ground. When he rose again, his eyes were glowing with blue fire, and he asked the boys with horror on his face who they were, since he assumed that he had already died. When the guys realized that John was now in Sam's body, they told him that he was indeed dead, but they wanted to deal with Tom Soros, so they summoned his soul. Joe turned to the man seriously and said that they hoped to get some information from him. At that moment, John began to dig the ground with his fingers and said that it was an evil spirit, and the boys should not approach it, because everyone who comes into contact with it will die. At that moment, Mike came up behind him and asked if he was talking about Tom Soros, and then suggested that if that were the case, it would be obvious that he hadn't died in that accident 30 years ago. It now became obvious to the protagonist that Tom had become the same spiritual being as test subject number 2. At that moment, John screamed at the top of his lungs that it was not so. He stated that there was only one evil spirit from the very beginning. It absorbed the souls of other test subjects, gaining their abilities. He shouted loudly that all these evil spirits were Tom. These words made Mike and Joe exchange glances. At that moment, the men realized that if the other subjects were his fragmented souls, then he already knew they were here. Then Mike got down on one knee in front of John and asked him why Tom had followed him for so long and why he had even left a spirit there to watch him. Mike was curious about what exactly the evil spirit was trying to do. At this point, John began to shake with fear. He said that the reason was his revenge. He did not allow his soul to ascend. He wanted everyone who participated in that experiment and their children to experience torment. He recreated those experiments on everyone around him and then absorbed everyone who awakened their abilities. At this point, Mike thought that in this case the whole city could be part of his experiments. However, John said that this was not so. There were not so many awakened. It was only one person out of 100. The rest were just toys for him. Then, with his last breath, he raised his hand up and asked the boys to save them. And in particular, he asked to save a woman named Anna. After this, John's soul left Sam's body, and he finally returned to his body. He stood up, dusted off his suit, and said that John's soul had burned, but he saw the reason for his death. Sam said that after much torment, his mind broke, and Tom's evil spirit took over his body, which is why he died such a horrible death. At this moment, a message appeared in front of the main character that the task was completed. he investigated the mysterious death of John and received 1,500 achievement points as a reward, as well as 50 concentration pills. Mike thought to himself that by taking one pill every hour, he could increase his spiritual power limit by 1. However, Sam was worried about something else. He turned to Joe and said that if everything was as John said, then the difficulty of this task would be very high. Joe confirmed his words and said that the evil spirit had already absorbed an unknown number of abilities and created many copies of itself. And what's worse, it can possess ordinary people. So in this city, it will be impossible to distinguish an enemy from an ally. However, at this point, Mike intervened in the conversation and said that he might have a way to solve this problem. After he told the guys his plan, Joe asked him in surprise if he was really going to do this. As far as he remembered, the Office of Anomalies was categorically against revealing the supernatural. However, Mike just smirked and said that reality is reality, but now they are in a dungeon, and they could not miss such a chance. Meanwhile, Max was walking through the police station and thinking about how he wanted to stop by the car dealership after work and look at cars. However, at that moment he noticed something strange. He saw a familiar person who was currently in the reception area. As it turned out, Mike arrived at the station and approached the police officer on duty, saying that they had come to file a report. At first, the man did not understand what they meant, and then the protagonist repeated his desire to file an application. At that moment, Max came up to him and greeted his good friend, asking what he was doing there. Then the hero replied that they really had some difficulties, so they came here for help. However, seeing the surprised look on Max's face, Mike told him not to worry, as it had nothing to do with money. He then reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and said that they were not actually journalists. After that, he pulled out his FBI ID cards and handed them to Max. Mike proudly stated that they work for the National Agency for the Study of Supernatural Forces. Their task is to deal with all cases related to aliens, cults, monsters, and other supernatural phenomena. At that moment, Max grabbed his head, not believing his ears. He thought it was some kind of joke. At that moment, the main character raised his finger, which had a magical purple fire on it, which scared the officer very much, and he asked what it was. He assumed that the guy just decided to show him some magic tricks. At this point, Mike sighed with displeasure and asked Jordan to sort out this misunderstanding. At that moment, the man walked inside the police station with the others and said that he would sort everything out. Suddenly, the clothes on his body began to tear apart, and he himself took on a huge form, becoming almost several times larger. And then he tensed his muscles and said that his body was made of solid iron. Bullets couldn't touch him, and fire and water weren't scary to him. At that moment, the protagonist put his finger, which still had purple fire on it, to check his words. The fire left a hole in Jordan's hand, and he immediately began to cry, asking Mike why he did it. The main character just scratched his head and said that it was just his little curiosity, but promised that something like this would not happen again. At that moment, Max fell to the floor because he was very scared. He asked the men if they were really from Sector X. Mike walked up to him and helped him up, saying that they were indeed from there. He explained that there was a supernatural incident in Heishui, and their agent died. Now they can't contact the organization, so they came to them for help. However, Max said that he didn't know how to contact their organization anyway. Mike replied that in that case he could go to the boss, and even if he didn't know about it, then he should go to the governor, and so on. At some point one of them would definitely know. Max took his words as a request and said that he would immediately go to his boss. As the boys watched the officer run away, Joe asked the protagonist if he was sure he should have used it, to which Mike replied that it was worth a try. Soon, a fair-haired man, wearing dark glasses, appeared in front of them. It was William from Sector X. He was the head of supernatural affairs. Entering the office, he introduced himself and asked Mike if he was really that pig dragon, to which the hero replied that his name was Mike and that this nickname could sound like an insult. William then said that they had indeed sent several agents to investigate John's case, but they were not connected to Mike. After that, he slammed his fist hard on the table and asked him who they were and how they knew about Sector X. The protagonist calmly asked William not to be nervous and stated that they were not his enemies. He said that he knew that they had already sent people to check out the situation in Heishui, and the thing is that the guys just wanted to offer Sector X their help. William looked trustingly at the protagonist and asked him why he wanted to help them. Mike replied that eliminating evil spirits in Heishui was also their task, and in essence, it was a mutually beneficial cooperation. William asked him if he was offering him a deal, to which Mike replied that he would rather call it a collaboration. The blonde replied that cooperation required capital, but they already had the information they provided, so he had no reason to simply hand over his powers to them. At this point, Mike thought for a moment and then suddenly began to take the watch off his wrist. He showed it to William and asked him what he thought about exchanging it for something. The protagonist said that this watch has a built-in Geiger counter. It can detect different levels of distortion, those things that they call supernatural powers. Mike noted that he was confident that William understood how valuable they were. Then the blonde asked him to give him the opportunity to conduct some tests, and Mike agreed. After this, William asked him to wait a little. Mike slumped in his chair and said he agreed, but asked the man to hurry. After a while, William came back and had to wake Mike up. As it turned out, while he was waiting for his watch to be returned to him, he suddenly fell asleep. After that, he stretched in his chair and asked William if he had made a decision. The man said that after discussion, the organization agreed to cooperate with the protagonist to solve the problem in Heishui together. After this, Mike rose from his chair and stretched again, still half asleep. He then suggested to William that they not waste time and discuss the details of their further cooperation. Meanwhile, the story moves to the very city of Heishui, where the curse of the evil spirit was now raging. The inhabitants there were more like zombies. They wandered aimlessly around the city. Their clothes were torn. At that moment, one of the starving residents saw sheets of paper that began to fall from the sky. When he read one of them, he realized that it was an evacuation guide. It said that the government was preparing to launch a rescue and suppression operation, so all residents should leave the city. The rest of the villagers looked up to see the falling leaves, and soon they all learned what exactly was going to happen in the next hour. They couldn't quite believe that they would finally be able to leave this place. People started screaming and crying with happiness. They couldn't believe that they would finally be saved. Therefore, they decided not to waste time and immediately headed towards the exit of the city to fulfill all the instructions from the leadership. Soon, one of the soldiers reported to William that the first group of helicopters responsible for distributing leaflets had already returned to base, and the second group was preparing to take off. After this, the man asked how things were with the audio system. As it turned out, soldiers were using loudspeakers to announce that residents should immediately leave the city. Such loudspeakers were present in different parts of the city. William liked the information the soldier gave him, so he praised him and said that they should continue in the same spirit. When Mike saw the scale of everything that was happening, he even clapped his hands. Because the efficiency and professionalism were at their best, he praised William as a reliable ally. The man replied that a catastrophe that could plunge an individual into despair was just a trifle for a state machine operating at full capacity. Meanwhile, the soldiers brought in the first group of people. They carefully examined them and asked them to maintain order, since further inspection was necessary. After this, William approached the main character, and Christie, and said that according to the agreement, the task of identifying Tom's clones among the fleeing people is their job. Then Mike put his hand on Christie's shoulder and said that he had already brought the right person, so they would handle everything. Meanwhile, people turned to the soldiers. They were scared. They reminded them that the soldiers had promised to protect them, but now they were not allowing them to leave. The residents were clearly frightened, and Mike, along with Christy and William, watched the whole thing from the sidelines. The protagonist turned to the man and asked if there would be any problems with this. At this point, Christy began to analyze the inhabitants, using her powers to communicate what she felt. When she closed her eyes, the villagers appeared in her mind, but some of them seemed to have a frightening red aura. Then the girl opened her eyes and pointed to these people, saying that among them there were 3 problematic people. Among them there was an old man, a young man, and an old woman. As soon as William heard this, he gave orders to his soldiers to take action. They immediately pointed their pistols at the selected residents and shot purple lightning at them. After this, William ordered that these people be taken away, their freedom of movement restricted, and the rest well guarded. The soldiers immediately complied, then pinned the 3 chosen men to the ground, twisted their arms, and led them to safety. After this, Mike turned to Christy with a smile and said that he would leave the rest to her, and the girl promised to try. After this, the guys dispersed, and the main character went to the tent, where he asked his comrades if they were ready. However, what he saw inside shocked him. He saw that his team members were fully equipped with weapons and ammunition and were ready to go. Then Mike clenched his fist and said that it was now time for them to go on stage. After this, the 4 men went straight to William. The blonde said that the evacuation was almost complete. 85% of the civilians had already been evacuated, and now there were about 80 people left in Haishui who refused to leave the city. He said that they would send 2 groups, including 30 soldiers, to support Mike and his team, but they did not have any supernatural resilience. Therefore, in the fight with Tom, they will have to rely only on themselves. At this point, the system informed the hero that he had a new task, in which he needed to ensure that the death toll among ordinary residents in the city was less than 30%. After that, the hero decided to use the spin to spin the reel and see what reward he would get today. This time he got a new skill called Thundercloud Steps. It is great for long-range rush attacks and greatly increases the speed of straight-line movement. This skill belonged to a man, and then Mike remembered that he was a lecher, but now he didn't care because the skill looked good. At that moment, William came up to him and asked what he was thinking about. At that moment, the protagonist was enveloped in fiery energy, and he said with a smile that he just remembered something good. After that, he said that the situation was already getting better than he expected. Finally, he turned to William and said that they could leave the rest to him. After that, he and his team headed towards the city. When the guys arrived there, Christy used her detection skill again. She pointed the soldiers in a certain direction and said that there were 2 people ahead who were hiding around the corner. As it turned out, there really was a man and a woman hiding around the corner of one house. When they looked up, they saw an energy trap flying straight towards them. Before they could react, they were wrapped in a rope with weights and saturated with electricity. After this, soldiers approached them and pointed their weapons at them. One of the soldiers then radioed Christy and reported that the target had been captured. Christy, upon hearing the report, responded that she had accepted the information. After that, she thought that she needed to catch up with Mike and the others as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the men walked along the deserted streets of the city. At this point, Joe turned to the protagonist and admitted that he did not expect that the task could be completed in this way. Originally, they were supposed to break into the city and face the spiritual parasites. Even if they had managed to reach the desired location, they would have been exhausted and wounded, and even victory would have come at the cost of enormous losses. But now everything was different, and it gave Joe no peace. He looked at what was happening to the residents and felt inner discomfort. The protagonist came up to him from behind and said that it wasn't his fault. For organizations like the End of the World, this kind of thinking is quite common. Mike added that Joe does not have to cope with everything alone, and if he needs help, he can always turn to them. The state will be his most reliable support. Joe smiled back and promised that he would definitely remember his words. At this point, Christy approached them to tell them about the progress of her mission. The soldier walking next to her reported that the road to the Fatileo Medical Center had been cleared and all the parasitic creatures had been destroyed. He also added that the mission to escort Miss Christie had been successfully completed. Mike approached the girl and asked why she came, since her task was to stay in the camp, to which Christie replied that she had completed the identification of all the residents and decided that she could help, so she asked to take her with him. In response, Mike only sighed and agreed, but asked her to stay close and not fall behind. Christie then reported that all the soldiers had begun to experience visual hallucinations and sensory distortions, and that their intensity continued to increase. She added that if it gets worse, it could affect their behavior and thinking. However, the soldier assured everyone that the command had already approved the evacuation request. Hearing this, Mike nodded and said that they could handle the rest themselves. As soon as the soldier heard these words, he turned to the others and commanded them to begin a retreat. The remaining soldiers stood at attention and prepared to leave the city. At that moment, Jordan felt something strange, as if he was overcome by a sense of duty. Mike turned to his comrades and said that if they lost, there would be problems in both worlds, so they needed to move forward. They soon reached the medical center, but the sky above it looked ominous. The clouds were thickening into a funnel shape. Christie was scared and clung to Mike, asking if this was really the center. Mike then asked Jordan to knock down the door so they could get inside. The man was glad to receive a responsible task, and his hands were immediately enveloped in fiery energy. The next moment he ran to the door and hit it with his fist as hard as he could. The impact caused the door to shatter into pieces, opening the passage for the entire group. After they got inside, Mike asked everyone to be attentive and look around. Joe looked around and admitted that he didn't expect that they would get to the enemy's lair so easily. When the boys went further, Christie became scared. It was too dark and nothing could be seen. At that moment, Mike suddenly grabbed her hand and pushed her aside, and the next moment, 3 large syringes were stuck into the place where she was standing. Mike immediately looked around and demanded that the one who was hiding come out immediately. Then a portal surrounded by syringes opened in front of them, from which a man in cowboy clothes came out. Sam then noticed that a portal had also opened in another part of the room. It soon became clear that portals had appeared everywhere, and that a group of ghosts were now looming over them. Without thinking twice, Mike called upon the spirit of the tiger and said that the spirits understood that they would be defeated individually, so they decided to unite. When the ghosts said that no one would stop them and people would soon die, Mike replied that it was a good plan. Then he chuckled and added that they had forgotten one important thing. At that moment, right where Mike had just been standing, a flash of purple energy appeared. The spirit began to turn its head, trying to understand where the enemy had gone. At that moment, Mike appeared right in front of him and grabbed him by the neck. He then passed dark energy through his hand and directed it into the ghost's body. As it evaporated in his hands, Mike declared that even if you collect a pile of garbage, it will still remain garbage. He then turned to the other spirits and asked who wanted to be next. One of the ghosts released an energy ball from its mouth, directing it at Mike. Mike dodged it easily, immediately realizing it was a corrosive slime, a slow and ineffective attack. After that, he jumped up to the attacking ghost and put his palm, charged with dark energy, to his face. As the ghost screamed in pain and began to disintegrate, Mike told the others that if they couldn't even hit the target, there was no point in doing it. He then cupped his hands in the shape of a megaphone and shouted, asking if anyone needed help. Meanwhile, Joe was shooting back at the rest of the ghosts with his pistols. Jordan also helped out using his spirit beast summoning skills. Seeing this, Mike threw up his hands and said that it seemed like no one needed his help. Soon they approached the last remaining ghost and told him that he was now alone. 3 minutes later, when everything was finished, Jordan said that they were lucky that Mike had the right artifact. Otherwise, they would not have succeeded. However, at that moment, Joe approached them and reminded them that although the test subjects had been destroyed, the mission was not yet complete. He assumed that Tom's real body was not among them. When the boys heard this, they were surprised, but then something made them turn around sharply. The 4 men looked at Christy, who understood what they wanted from her, and said that she would try to use her skills again. While she was using her detection skill, the men were watching her closely. After this, Christy pointed forward and said that she had found the only remaining source of power, and it appeared to be underground. As soon as the men heard this, they immediately began searching for that very source of energy. At that moment, Sam picked up one strange box and noticed a passage behind it that was hidden. When the men noticed the door at the end of the passage, they realized that it had the word morgue written above it. However, Mike urged them not to be afraid. He said that the ghosts they encountered outside had already been destroyed. After this, the boys moved forward and began to descend the long stairs. When they got to the lab, Mike said that the medical center on the surface is just a cover. The real lab is here. When they reached another door, the protagonist decided to ask Christy if this was really the same place, and the girl answered in the affirmative. When the boys went inside, they found a man lying on the medical table and a ghost standing next to him. The ghost stated that it was here that those people once conducted experiments. His family and his people were subjected to terrible torture. In the end, they were all burned in the crematorium. When the boys heard this story, they froze in surprise and fear. The ghost continued by saying that he was later strapped to an operating table, and in the end, no one could survive even a third of the experiment. He turned to the boys and asked them if they found it funny that those who had conducted the experiments could not survive the consequences of their own experiments. Mike then turned to him and asked if this was his reason for taking revenge on the entire city, to which the ghost said that it was not revenge, but war. It was the war of his people against humanity. Mike was surprised by this answer and asked if the ghost didn't consider himself human. The man said that they did not belong to this lower race. Their blood came from the depths of the seas and the stars. They received the blessing of the ancient gods, and people simply envied this gift and began to hunt him and his relatives. With a sinister smile, he stated that this war had already begun a long time ago. At this point, the system window informed the hero that the task had been completed. As a reward, he unlocked a new fragment of the world descendants of the depth. At first, Mike was happy that the task was completed, but then he noticed a notification about an abnormal condition. After this, the ghost continued, saying that the people of the city are arrogant. They consider themselves all-powerful and rely on the fact that everything is under control. At that moment, the boys felt a strange green aura begin to envelop them. Before they could realize it, they fell suddenly to the floor and were unable to get up. Some of them couldn't feel their legs, and some had severe headaches. Then Joe realized that their spiritual power was blocked, and in response to the ghost's words, he said that his story made him feel overwhelmed with emotions, and then asked what happened next. The ghost is surprised that out of all the people, this guy is the only one who didn't fall to his knees, but remained standing as if nothing had happened. It turned out he had used a heart-cleansing pill, which cleared the mind, removed poison, and neutralized most toxins. However, the ghost did not believe that this was possible, because the paralyzing gas of Fatileo was an advanced development, and there was no antidote against it. However, Their Eastern cultivation methods are difficult to explain from a Western scientific perspective. When the ghost heard this, he realized that he was now in danger, and he turned around sharply to run away from there. However, Mike called out to him, asking where he was running to, since he had seemed so menacing just recently. After that, he slowly began to approach the ghost, who was unable to escape due to the energy barrier that surrounded him. And then Mike stated that it was not only the ghost who could stall for time. Then he remembered that he was a spiritual being, so he could pass through walls and fly. After this, the main character snapped his fingers, and a magical barrier enveloped the ghost from head to toe. Then the hero thought that although he had not knocked out a combat skill from the Wheel of Fortune, the ability to freely control spiritual power was also not bad. At that moment, the ghost touched the magical barrier. However, as soon as he wanted to stick his fingers out of there, energy flared up right in that place. Then the ghost screamed, demanding that this filthy creature let him go. He threatened Mike that otherwise he would show him what real fear was. However, Mike only asked him a counter question, asking why he needed his help at all if he was a great being. He also remembered that he had noticed something interesting. The ghost controls the souls of these subjects, but they retain the abilities they had during life. The hero asked the ghost if this meant that he couldn't absorb abilities. Mike speculated that his only skill was likely psychic parasitism or mental implantation, making his abilities inferior to even these experimental samples. That's why he wanted to use the lab gas to deal with Mike and his team. In response, the ghost asked the boy who he was and why he was helping these lower beings. The hero replied that he was sorry that Tom's people had suffered, but they had their own mission, and as the ghost himself said, it was war. After this, the main character clenched his fist and said that he had been on the side of humanity since birth. At that moment, magical energy completely entangled the ghost's body. In agony, he screamed that he was cursing Mike. Before completely evaporating, he declared that even if his soul burned to ashes, and even if his pain dissipated, this curse would last forever. At this point, Mike became seriously scared and asked what was going on. Tom's body began to dissolve, and he said that he was sacrificing his soul and mind and begging the gods to grant his wish and fulfill his curse. He told Mike that he needed to repent because he would soon realize that death was just an easy escape compared to this curse. After this, Tom's body completely evaporated, and system messages began to appear in front of Mike that chaos was currently infiltrating. The system indicated that the dungeon was being invaded by a high-level threat. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard in the hospital, which was witnessed by William, who was standing on a nearby mountain. He turned to one of his soldiers and asked him what happened next on the building. The man said that a prototype Geiger counter had been activated. According to the scale provided by Mr. Mike, the color red meant a catastrophic level of threat. At this moment, William even got scared because he didn't understand what the hell was going on. Meanwhile, the main character stood alone in front of the hospital bed on which a man had recently been lying. When he raised his head, he saw a terrifying creature that was right in front of him. It looked like a black hole, in the center of which was a demonic eye. Mike was very scared because he didn't understand what this thing was. The guy suggested that before his death, Tom summoned some god of darkness, and at that moment he took out his artifact and summoned a white tiger to help him deal with this incomprehensible creature. Without thinking twice, the tiger immediately rushed at the creature, which looked more like someone's eye. However, as soon as he got close enough to it, the creature simply tore him into several pieces. Watching in horror as the remains of the tiger's body fell to the ground, Mike realized that this creature had even been able to destroy his familiar. And then the protagonist looked up and noted that apparently this creature noticed him. Before he could do anything, the creature rushed at him with incredible speed. At that moment, Mike felt a strange energy pierce his brain, and make his eyes roll back. After this, he felt weakness in his limbs and began to rapidly fall to the ground. However, at the last moment, the main character was still able to come to his senses, but realized that one look at this creature was enough to lose consciousness. He watched as the creature tossed and turned, trying to find him. At that moment, Mike realized something and decided to take advantage of the opportunity. He pressed his hands to the floor and directed his dark energy straight towards the creature. Mike suggested that if he blocked his gaze, he might be able to avoid the attack. As soon as the dark energy touched the creature's body, he immediately turned his eye in its direction and released a powerful stream of light from it. The protagonist resisted with all his might, putting his hands in front of him to protect himself with a magical barrier. However, he understood that the consumption of spiritual power was now 10 times higher than normal, so he did not know how much longer he could endure. Perhaps he could hold out for a few more seconds. At this point, the system informed him that an attempt to expel the anomalous object and reconstruct the barrier were in progress, but the hero asked the system to hurry. After that, he took out a condensation pill that permanently increased the limits of spiritual power by 1 unit and drank it, realizing that he had no other choice. At that moment, a powerful fiery energy entangled his body, and Mike began to erect a barrier with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, the creature continued to attack his barrier, but now the protagonist felt a little better. Meanwhile, the system reported that the progress of the barrier reconstruction is still in progress and will soon be close to completion. With only 5% of the process left, Mike couldn't take it anymore and fell to his knees. Before his powers left him, the system informed him that the process was complete. At this point, the main character still couldn't believe that he had managed to hold out for so long. However, his joy was short-lived, as the creature turned its gaze on him again, and then fired another magical projectile from its eye. At this moment, the main character froze in horror because he did not know what to do. The magic projectile flew through his barrier and hit him right in the shoulder. However, after this, the creature's eye closed, and it slowly began to dissolve. The system informed Mike that the task had been completed. He had successfully prevented Tom's revenge, and now his rewards were being calculated. When Mike looked down at his shoulder, he saw that his clothes were only slightly torn, but the wound seemed to be missing. After that, the hero turned to the system and asked it to open personal information. It said that an abnormal status called the Beacon of Disaster had been inflicted on him. This mark left by the Star of Disaster would continuously attract disaster to the bearer until his body, soul, and mind were completely destroyed. At this point, the hero thought that this was a very troublesome matter, and now he wondered if it was possible to somehow get rid of it and whether it was worth reporting it to the organization. He then looked at his team and was curious about how much they had seen, but he decided that he should help them first. First, Mike approached Christy and used the heart-cleansing pill to bring her back to consciousness. As soon as the pill entered the girl's body, she suddenly began to cough and slowly began to come to her senses. When Christy was finally able to get up, the first thing she did was ask Mike if he had managed to get rid of this evil spirit. And in response, the main character looked at the girl in surprise and asked her if she really hadn't seen what happened. Christy said that after she fell, she lost consciousness almost immediately. Taking this into account, Mike said that she now needed to rest for a while he removed the poison from the other 3 participants. With quick movements, he moved from one man to another to give them the pills they needed. Soon, all the members of his team came to their senses and opened their eyes. They wondered what had happened to them and where the spirit was now. Then Joe said that the system reported that the task was completed, and apparently Mike dealt with it. The protagonist then waved his hand at them and said that his true form was weak, and he hardly expected that Mike had an antidote to his poison, so he dealt with it without much trouble. At that moment, Joe looked at the hospital bed, the floor underneath which was destroyed by cracks, and doubted that everything had happened without any particular problems. However, when Mike asked him if he was unhappy about something, Joe just gave a thumbs up and said that if Mike said he did it easily, then that was how it was. Joe said that in any case, the successful completion of the mission was largely due to Mike, and then asked him if he would like to join the end of the world. However, the protagonist decided to remind him that he was already a member of the Public Security Bureau. However, Joe stated that this was not a problem, since the organizations were not in conflict and included many people from the Bureau among their members. He said that the World's End Society is essentially just a platform for players to communicate. All interactions between members are purely voluntary, so membership in other organizations is not prohibited. After that, he handed the main character a business card and said that their power cannot be compared with the Bureau, but they have their own unique channels of information and connections that can be useful at the right moment. Mike took the business card from his hands and said that he would definitely think about it. The man said that if he decides to join them, he will always be a welcome guest. Suddenly, the boys' bodies began to shimmer strangely, as if they were evaporating. At that moment, Jordan realized that the time for summing up seemed to be coming to an end. Finally, Mike said that he almost forgot to say one thing. He walked up to Christy abruptly, grabbed her by the shirt and asked her real name and where she lived. Before the boys completely disappeared, the girl said that her real name was Sally, but she didn't have time to give her address. She started to say something, but at that moment the bodies of all 5 participants evaporated. Immediately after this, the main character appeared in his room, where several of his guards were already waiting for him. He didn't understand why Sally was acting so uncertain. He assumed that the girl simply thought he was trying to get to know her. At this point, one of the guards informed him that they needed to conduct some checks to make sure he hadn't brought any risk factors out of the dungeon. At that moment, Mike realized that he had completely forgotten about this procedure. When the man began the scan, he said that Mike's mental state was stable. No physical abnormalities were detected, he had no parasites, his identity was confirmed, and he had no mimetic distortions. After this, he handed the man a paper and thanked him for his cooperation, and then asked him to sign the document. The main character took the pen and said that he would definitely do it. However, when he pressed the cap, the lid flew out. With all her strength, she jumped straight towards the vase that was standing on the chair. Before Mike could even process what had happened, the vase fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. Then the main character realized that fragments of this very vase were flying straight towards him. The protagonist barely had time to react, and a shard of the vase flew right between him and the guard. After that, the fragment crashed straight into the plasma TV, which was standing to the side of the men. Mike didn't know what to say in this situation, and simply said that he had been having terrible luck lately. Some time after this, the main character decided to take up sports seriously. Every day he did push-ups and tried other ways to get in shape. Quite quickly, he realized that there was nothing wrong with his body, and he did not notice any abnormalities. However, he was still worried about his arm, namely the place on his shoulder where the strange creature's projectile had hit. There was now a strange eye-shaped mark on his shoulder, and Mike knew that apparently it only affected his luck for now. Sometime after this, Mike decided to look at the results. The system informed him that he had successfully completed the game at difficulty level B and received 5,000 achievement points. Since the received tasks were not activated, there are no additional rewards in this game. Mike didn't know how to react to this, because this game was clearly much more difficult than the first one, but his rating was only B. However, he quickly decided that there was no point in thinking about it, and now he had better see what he could buy this time. When Mike entered the store, he saw that there was a universal healing elixir available, which cost 10,000 points. Mike was extremely surprised, since the price of this thing was several times higher than the previous ones, since it completely healed all physical damage. Then this is a really dishonest thing. Without thinking twice, Mike decided to buy an elixir and take several at once, so that when he entered the game, he would be completely impenetrable. However, the system informed him that the item was a top-level restoration artifact, and therefore each player could only buy one unit. She went on to say that since Mike had received the distress mark in this game, the store had special items for him, including a skill wheel that would randomly grant a skill for 20,000 points. Mike really liked the idea that he could gain a skill that could be applied in the real world. Even though he already had a nearly infinite amount of achievement points, his combat abilities were still too low. In fact, even a bandit with a knife could kill him, so this product was just right for him. He also received the essence of the evil spirit. This artifact was only available to the one who defeated Tom Soros and contained a strange energy, but its purpose was unknown. The protagonist assumed that there shouldn't be any useless items in the store, which meant that he himself had to figure out how to use this essence. Then he suddenly noticed a note that this object contained strange energy. The main character immediately turned around and looked at the statuette, which stood on a pedestal not far from him. Mike suggested that maybe he should feed the thing to Mother Hell. Therefore, the main character decided to buy everything that was available to him and take advantage of new things. He immediately took out this essence and approached the statue. After that, he placed the object right in front of the statue and took a few steps back. However, time passed and nothing happened, and then Mike began to realize that perhaps he had been wrong. However, at that moment the statue's eyes began to glow brightly, indicating that a reaction had occurred. The next moment, strange streams of energy began to emanate from the essence, and then it fell apart. Mike looked at what was happening in horror, not understanding what was happening. Strange streams of energy began to fly around his room, and then he assumed that this was the very energy from the essence. At that moment, all the energy flows rushed straight to the part of the statue where her hands were. The energy absorption was so strong that the main character even had to cover his face with his hands. Meanwhile, the takeover was coming to an end, but it still left Mike's room in complete disarray. When it was all over, the hero was surprised that such a huge amount of energy had been absorbed, and he noted with a smile that the Mother of Hell really did have an excellent appetite. In response, the statue looked at him menacingly and said that he was being too insolent. At that moment, Mike fell to the floor, as he clearly did not expect the statue to start talking. Meanwhile, the Mother of Hell continued, saying that the boy had smugly brought her into this world, and she had not yet had time to punish him for such a daring sacrilege. And now he even dared to complain, having donated to her pitiful grains of incense. At this point, Mike finally crawled up to the statue and asked her if this was really the Mother of Hell. The statue looked at him indifferently and said that he could not even doubt it. Then Mike raised his hands and said that he didn't even think about doubting. The statue then said that she felt a strange dark energy in him, but now she had only partially restored her powers and could not spend them thoughtlessly, so she asked Mike to bring her more offerings, and then she could help him. When the hero finally came to his senses, he realized that he really seemed to have brought the deity to his home, and now he didn't even know whether this was good or bad. At that moment, he saw that Alice was calling him and decided to pick up the phone. Hearing his tired voice, the girl asked what was wrong, assuming that he was not feeling well, but Mike said that he was just a little tired. Then Alice told him that she had received a report. After completing the task, he became the bearer of the mark of bad luck. Then she asked if something unusual had happened in the game. The hero leaned back in his chair and said that something unexpected had indeed happened there. However, He added in a tired voice that it was a very long story. Alice sternly said that in that case, he needed to immediately send a written report with all the details, because the organization needed to know everything that happened in this game. After some time, the protagonist personally arrived at the Human Security Bureau, bringing with him a report. Looking at him, Alice asked if he wanted to add anything, but the tired Mike said that he had already fully described everything that happened in the dungeon in the report. At that moment, Uncle Benjamin burst into the room, looking extremely worried and asking where Mike was now. Seeing the man, the protagonist wearily raised one hand and said that he was here. After that, Benjamin ran up to him and said that he saw his report, which stated that in the last mission, an anomaly invaded his dungeon. The protagonist confirmed that everything was exactly like that. Hearing this, Benjamin began to walk thoughtfully back and forth around the room. He then said that in that case, his guess was correct. At that moment, one of the guards entered the office and handed Alice a stack of papers. Alice turned to Benjamin and asked him not to worry. First, she should tell Mike about his current condition. Benjamin cleared his throat and said that, according to the information he had provided, they had checked the archives. There was only one entity that matched the title of the mark and the appearance described by the main character. Benjamin stated that it was the Causal Herald Chaos. After repeating the creature's name, Mike asked his uncle what it was. Benjamin replied that, simply put, it was an evil god. Alice added that 6 months ago, one of the players encountered a cult worshipping chaos in his dungeon. The dungeon was styled to resemble 18th century England, where a cult of disaster had taken over London and was preparing a ritual to summon chaos. According to their teachings, whoever falls under the gaze of chaos will be haunted by disasters. It was said that eventually the whole world would fall into chaos and perish. Alice added that this ability to bring disaster matches the description of Mike's mark. When the main character touched the paper, he suddenly cut himself on its edge, and then asked Alice if there was information in the archive on how to remove this spell. However, Benjamin just threw up his hands and said that the goal in that dungeon was to disrupt the ritual, which is why the Star of Disaster never descended to Earth. However, if it were to manifest, its energy level would be at least at the level of a catastrophe, and this is the highest known threat level. In other words, Mike was the only player to encounter an anomaly of this level and survive. Feeling awkward, the protagonist removed Uncle Benjamin's hands from his shoulders and said that if they didn't figure out what to do about it, he probably wouldn't live long. At that moment, Alice came up to him from behind and held out a strange object. Seeing the surprise on Mike's face, she said it was a good luck charm. She explained that it was a temporary solution, not a cure-all. The girl added that it contained good luck that could compensate for Mike's bad luck. At least it wouldn't interfere with him in his everyday life. Hearing this, the protagonist sighed tiredly and hugged the talisman to himself. However, Alice added that he should not rejoice too soon, since they still had 2 problems. The first problem was that his bad luck would increase over time, and the talisman had a limited supply of luck. Mike realized that in that case, he would still have to find a way to get rid of the curse. Then Alice said that the second problem was money. The protagonist didn't quite understand what she meant. The girl awkwardly looked away and said that he would have to pay, since it was a very valuable thing, and the organization could not just give it away. He would need to be provided with an equivalent artifact. As soon as Mike heard this, he immediately took out a bunch of talismans, bottles, and pills, saying that if this was not enough, he had more. Benjamin noticed that they were all perception pills, medicines, and essences. Alice also noted that they were quest rewards and asked where he got so many from. Mike decided to play dumb and said that it was all a small thing, since the system was already barely keeping up with his growth in strength. Then Benjamin changed the subject and said that they should return to the question with the talisman. Now they had one more piece of information for Mike. It concerns his parents. When the main character heard this, genuine surprise appeared on his face. He immediately jumped up from his seat and asked Benjamin if they had found his parents and where they were now. However, the man asked him to calm down and said that they had not yet been able to find them. Instead, he handed Mike a thick book and asked him to look at it. The protagonist realized that it was an auction catalog and asked why he was given this thing. Benjamin said that in 3 days, an auction would be held in one of the cities, organized by the largest black market of players, the Blackstone Trading House. Mike had a list of goods that would be put up for auction in his hands. Then he asked Mike to look carefully at the 3rd page. When Mike looked down, he saw a strange bottle there with a symbol in the corner. At that moment, memories of his father making a toy car for him as a child came flooding into his mind. He was happy to give his son a homemade toy. As it turned out, on the bottom of this toy was the very same symbol that was now depicted on the bottle. Little Mike also noticed the sign and asked his father what it meant. The man said that this is his personal mark, and he puts it on all his works so that his loved ones can immediately know what things he did. Now Mike answered Benjamin that he understood. It was a sign from his father, but then asked what kind of glass bottle was in front of him. Benjamin explained that this is a lighthouse. In the game Original Sin, the standard cycle is 7 days, but the lighthouse gives the opportunity to start the game at any time and get additional power, so it is a very rare and valuable artifact. Hearing this, the protagonist slammed the book shut and asked why there was his father's mark on this lighthouse. Benjamin sighed and said that they themselves do not know, but it is known that from time to time players find artifacts with this sign and get different information from them. That's why his file says he might be a defector, and Mike knew what that meant. Benjamin knew he'd seen his father's file. The man raised his hand and asked Mike if he really thought his call sign and the fact that Alice became the curator was just a coincidence. He explained that they were deliberately given this information even though Mike's father was officially declared a traitor, and many did not agree with this, so they were obliged to receive this beacon. Mike then turned to Benjamin and asked if he wanted him to go to the auction in person. At this point, Alice snatched the book from Benjamin's hands and said that they would go together, suggesting that the two of them would be able to better represent the organization at the auction, and the Bureau agreed. Benjamin then added with a smile that they had secured a small team and housing for them, so now they were officially in the same squad. After that, he walked up to the guys and grabbed them by the shoulders. The man said that they would live together, and if something happened to the talisman, Alice would be able to help Mike. However, the main character, apparently, was unhappy with this turn of events. Soon after, Mike and Alice boarded a train to head to their destination. They sat at the same table, and while Mike looked out the window, Alice wrote something on paper. Then the guy decided to start a dialogue and said that the older generation loves matchmaking and decided that he would definitely talk about it with Uncle Benjamin later. However, Alice said that this was not necessary. Each team was allocated a 3-story building as a base. This was standard practice, and cohabitation was not what he had thought. Mike blushed and said that in that case, it was not for nothing that the Bureau had such a good reputation, and Alice added that she herself liked Professor Benjamin's decision. When Mike heard this, a look of genuine shock appeared on his face. Then Alice said that she knew that Mike had been funding the shelter for 3 years. She decided to ask him why he did this, to which the hero replied that he wanted to increase his merits. Moreover, now he is also considered an orphan, so he thought that if he can help someone, he is obliged to do so. In response, Alice only looked at him seriously and loudly clicked her pen. After that, she wrote down his answer on paper, noting that it was a very good answer. Meanwhile, Ophelia turned to Uncle Benjamin and asked if he had really decided to marry the captain to Mike, because she doubted that this guy would be able to pull off a woman like Alice, because crowds used to run after the captain, but she had never seen the captain smile at anyone. Then Benjamin replied that the thing was that Alice was an orphan. However, Ophelia didn't see anything strange in this, since most of their curators were orphans. But Benjamin only said that Ophelia was still too young and would understand in time. And the girl replied that she hated mysterious old men, but still gave Uncle Benjamin the information he asked for. After this, the man looked carefully at the sheets of paper, reading what was written on them. Then he rested his forehead on his palm and asked Ophelia if the Apocalypse sect was causing trouble again. Meanwhile, the story moves to another place. A tall man arrived at his boss's office and asked why he called him. The man sitting in the chair and smoking a pipe addressed the newcomer as if he were a punisher and ordered him to gather a group and go to Jiangcheng. That same punisher, a man with a scar on his face, asked why he needed to go to the auction since he thought that rotten blood was doing this. However, the boss replied that he would be the one going because he needed help, so that the lighthouse would go to either them or the security bureau. The punisher then asked why the man decided to let the bureau take the lighthouse. The man showed the main character's face and replied that the thing was that they had sent the prophet's son there, so the punisher had to test what he was capable of. Meanwhile, the story moves to an unknown location where two men were kneeling in front of another and addressing him as captain, claiming that they are real. Opposite them stood a young guy with a weapon in his hands. He looked at the men in turn, each of whom claimed that he was real. He thought to himself that he couldn't figure out which of them was really the real one. Meanwhile, the men continued to cry, begging the captain to believe them. At that moment, the guy felt that the whole situation was starting to get on his nerves. Then he pointed the sword at one of the men and said that he was sure it was a fake. Without giving him time to respond, he jumped across his throat, and the man clutched the deep wound on his neck. Life left him, and he fell to the ground, while the second man smiled slyly. At that moment, the guy who had sentenced the real subordinate began to shake with horror and hopelessness. The remaining man looked at him with predatory eyes. His family began to expand unnaturally, and he said that it was a very annoying moment. Then he laughed out loud and told the guy that he was wrong again. These words made the young man very angry, and he struck the demon with his sword, piercing his body in half. However, these blows did not cause any damage, because the body was instantly restored. The demon said with a smile that the chance was exhausted, and next time the guy should come with reinforcements. After this, the illusion began to dissolve, and the boy found himself kneeling with his head on the floor, surrounded by a sphere of dark energy. As the sphere began to dissipate little by little, they found themselves back in the city, but now there was the corpse of an ally lying in front of it. The man buried his head in the floor and began to cry bitterly because he had killed his own man with his own hands. At that moment, several agents approached him and reported that the containment of the anomaly had failed. Only one person out of the squad of 7 survived. Meanwhile, Mike and Alice were still continuing their journey when suddenly a notification came on their phone. Mike had said he wanted to take a couple of days off before the auction, but now it looked like that was out of the question. Alice said that if the mission cost the lives of almost the entire squad, then it was clearly not an easy one. After this, she approached a person named Iris and asked her to send her a full report on the mission. When the girl read all the information, she was extremely annoyed that a squad of demons was assigned to this task. When she realized that Mike hadn't heard of the group yet, she explained to him that it was just a bunch of troubled kids. Their mission accomplishment rates are high, but they are completely unconcerned about losses and consequences. This was especially true for their captain, Luke. His call sign was Demon. This time he had lost all his men, so he would be even less accommodating than usual. Soon, the boys arrived at the right place and were finally able to get off the train. There they were met by a man who gave Alice the latest information about the mission that he had managed to find out. At that moment, the main character felt something strange as if some incomprehensible energy was coming from somewhere nearby. Then he suddenly ran up to the man with glasses and pushed him aside. Literally a second later, Luke appeared between them. He delivered a toy blow with his sword right at the place where the agent had just been. After that, he raised his gaze to everyone present, looking at them with an evil smile on his face. When the boys realized that a fight was approaching, they activated their abilities, preparing to fight back. At this point, the agent who had been knocked down turned to Luke and said that these guys were reinforcements from a special squad, and asked him what he was doing. However, Luke stated that he was going to take revenge on his own, and did not need the help of two greenhorns who had only completed 2 games, and then assured the agents that he was not going to kill them, he only wanted to break their arms and legs. After that, he rushed straight towards Mike and Alice, swinging his sword that was covered in demonic energy. On the fly, he used a skill called Phantom Flash. However, at the last moment, Mike managed to dodge the attack, and Luke flew past him. After this, the 2 men locked eyes, realizing that a battle was inevitable. In response, Mike also used his abilities and asked Luke, "Are you really that guy from the Demon Squad?" The guy was extremely surprised that this man could move and use skills so quickly. Before he could react, Mike delivered a crushing blow of his energy straight to his torso. The blow was so strong that it sent Luke flying backwards, but he managed to land on his feet. He thought to himself that this guy was a gold rank, but he couldn't believe it. Before he could finish his thought, Mike appeared in front of him again, his hand enveloped in energy, and he angrily asked Luke who he was going to cut off the arms and legs of. At that moment, the man's eyes lit up red as Mike's fist touched his forehead. The blow was so strong that Luke was thrown back again. At this point, Mike felt himself starting to get really angry because this guy was incredibly stubborn. However, Luke quickly came to his senses and got back on his feet. When he stood up completely, his entire body was enveloped in a terrifying demonic energy. Then his eyes began to glow a dark red light, and his entire face seemed to transform into something more demonic. After this, the spirit of the demon appeared behind him, and then everyone present was horrified because they realized that the demon was out of control. One agent ordered another to urgently contact the organization and call for a cleanup. At this point, Luke put his face in his palm and asked them to be quiet, as he had not lost control of anything. At that moment, his teeth seemed to sharpen, and then a spiritual monster burst out of his back, but Luke ordered it to get back. At this point, Mike asked Alice what was going on. The girl replied that Luke's ability was the result of a demonic contract. When he was injured or lost his composure, there was a high risk that he would go berserk. That is why the 7th squad is called the Demon Squad. However, upon hearing this, Luke pointed his weapon and said that they were not demons, but heroes. However, Mike told him that real heroes do not attack their comrades, and Luke said that they are simply too weak and go to their own slaughter. After this, the guy turned to the agents and asked them where the support was now, and then asked them to help him bandage his wounds. After this, the agent approached Mike and Alice and apologized for the incident, and then asked the guys to go with him to another place. After the guys moved away, a cleanup squad arrived at the station. Soon, Mike and Alice arrived at the office, where the agent explained to them that their current target was the Mirror Ghost. He was last seen in the form of Harry, the former father of Squad 7, nicknamed the Bird of Prey. Hearing this, Mike asked the agent if he was really able to copy the appearance of others. At that moment, Luke entered the office and said that he could copy not only appearance, he could even copy abilities, voice, and memories. He said that the ghost is like a mirror in which a person is reflected, and everything from the reflection is dragged into reality. That's why he was called the Mirror Demon. After that, Luke sat down on the chair and said that if they were too weak and this demon copied him, then they simply would not survive. Then Mike asked what would happen if the demon copied him. Hearing this, Luke jumped up from his seat and said that he could not even doubt that he would easily kill Mike. At this point, Alice intervened in their argument and asked them to shut up, since the main goal now was to complete the mission. From the description, this monster seemed more suited to solo hunting, so she wondered why they were sending a whole squad there. Luke replied that if he went there alone, the bastard would simply disappear from the battlefield and teleport away. The agent also said that bishop-level monsters often have multiple abilities. The mirror demon can copy people, teleport when facing a single opponent, and create deadly riddles. He said that at some point, this demon becomes one of your allies. After this, he makes the captain guess which one is real and which one is fake. Luke said that if you make a mistake in this game, the real person will die. Mike then noted that it all sounded very confusing and asked if they had actually found a way to recognize it, to which the agent shook his head. Then Luke hit the table and said that the solution here was simple. If someone was copied, the rest just kill both the copy and the original, then everything is under control. Then Mike asked him if that was really why he attacked them at the station. The guy confirmed this, saying that he needed to make sure that they were capable of killing him. Mike then asked the agent if the organization had also approved this plan, to which the man replied that in a sense this could minimize losses. Then Luke added that this ghost had killed 4 of his comrades, and therefore no matter what, he would make sure that he died. But Mike replied that he was simply overdoing it. He asked the agent if they had tested what would happen if someone gained a new ability after copying. Meanwhile, roads in the city were closed, and many drivers were unhappy about being sent on a detour, but road workers said there was a possible gas leak ahead. At that moment, Mike was in a closed area and was carefully examining everything. He asked Alice why they couldn't tell people about the existence of anomalies, because if people knew in advance, then some of these incidents could have been simply prevented. However, the girl said that the more people know about them, the more often they begin to appear, and added that he could ask Professor Benjamin for details. The agent then informed them that the mirror demon was ahead, and according to observations, if it did not activate within 2 hours, it would disappear again. When the boys looked ahead, they discovered that there was a large mirror in the very middle of the intersection. Luke asked Mike if he was sure his plan would work, to which the hero replied that if it didn't work, they would move on to Luke's plan. After this, the men went straight to the strange mirror. They approached him and looked closely at their reflections. The next moment they were surrounded by a sphere of dark energy, which began to envelop them completely. The agent informed Alice, who remained outside, that the formation of a mirror maze had been detected and the second phase of isolation was now beginning. When the protagonist got inside the mirror, he noted that this space was created by the mirror demon, and this time he copied something again. At that moment, the hero saw that there were 2 people standing in front of him, each holding a sword in their hands. Now there were 2 Lukes standing in front of him, and he had to choose which one was the real one. However, Mike said with a smile that he refused to choose. At that moment, one of the men rushed at the other with a weapon in his hands. Both Lukes clashed, their swords crossing each other. Meanwhile, Mike watched their fight and noted that the perfect copy was indeed difficult to discern, but it had flaws. He noted that since their combat capabilities were equal, the result would be mutual destruction, and in the end, all that would remain would be to finish off the survivor. However, this also meant that the copied person would die, and Mike knew that people were afraid of death, so this option was almost impossible. However, he understood that the ghost had been wrong to run into the teenager, since his death was more important to him now than his own life. At this moment, Luke's face began to change, and he used a skill called Ritual Flag. We watched in amazement as this unfolded, wondering if this guy was really going to cheat. Meanwhile, the agent informed Alice that the mirror cocoon had been discovered to have collapsed, and its internal state was unknown. At that moment, Luke looked up and realized that there were now two mics standing in front of him, both acting as if they were the real thing. The man then pointed his gun at them and said that they had 1 minute, and if they did not prove in that minute which one of them was real, he would kill them both. One of the mics threw up his hands and said that they didn't need to hurry and that they needed to go through everything in order. First, he decided to check if the demon could copy objects. He opened the space of his system and took out the White Tiger artifact from there. However, as it turned out, the demon could also use the artifacts and also summon the White Tiger. The protagonist was surprised that not only the equipment, but even the summoned entities were completely duplicated. At that moment, demonic wings appeared behind Luke's back, and he said that Mike's plan had failed. However, at this moment, the protagonist decided to use the Wheel of Fortune and asked the system to extract skills. The demon was surprised by what he saw in front of him. He couldn't believe that he couldn't copy everything. At this point, the system, at the request of the protagonist, began to extract skills from the Wheel of Fortune. When Mike looked at what he had received, he noted that he was quite lucky as he had received 2 combat skills. At this point, the demon tried in every way to remove suspicion from himself, saying that this guy was just having fun so that Luke would think that he was real. Then Mike decided to use a new skill called Dash. This skill allowed him to quickly rush forward 15 meters, and so he instantly appeared right in front of his copy. The demon was shocked. He did not believe that this was possible, and did not understand why he could not copy this skill, to which the real Mike said that he did not copy the main thing, namely his system. After that, he used a skill called Furious Strike to attack his copy. He dealt the demon a crushing blow that sent him flying back. After this, he looked triumphantly towards his opponent and declared that everything went exactly as he wanted. After that, he walked up to the demon, who was currently kneeling, and asked Luke to look at it. He then said with a smile that the initial test took less than a minute. Then the boy pulled his sword out of its sheath, walked up to the demon, and said that his time had come. And then he presented his weapon to his face, but at that moment something strange happened. He saw how the fake Mike's body seemed to begin to melt before his eyes. In just a few seconds, his face and body completely disappeared, and now he looked not like a person, but like a naked mannequin. After this, the main character approached the demon and poked him with his finger, causing a small hole to form in his body. Mike then realized that it was a true ghost, and once exposed, he loses all his abilities and becomes completely defenseless. After that, the system informed him that the hero had fully explored the anomaly's ecosystem, and now he had 4 more pages to unlock to receive the reward. Mike knew he was halfway there, but with such difficulty, he had no idea what he would even get as a reward. At that moment, Luke swung his weapon and cut the demon's body in half. However, quite quickly, it began to grow together again into a single whole. Then Luke realized that it was a spiritual body and could not be killed with ordinary weapons. At that moment, Mike came up behind him and said that if he didn't mind, he would handle his body. He promised Luke that now this monster would regret that he had ever been born. After that, he turned to his system and took out a statue of the Mother of Hell. As soon as he placed it on the ground, a terrifying aura began to emanate from it, and the statue itself began to whisper something. Luke looked at the statue in horror and asked Mike what the hell that thing was. However, the guy reassured him, saying that she was not dangerous at all. After that, he whispered in the statue's ear that she could eat this monster, and without thinking twice, she dealt with it, leaving not a single piece. Meanwhile, the story moves to a busy street where a young girl was walking along the road holding a red umbrella in her hands. Compared to other passers-by, she was dressed quite smartly and attracted the attention of some people. Several men who looked like bandits approached her and put their hands on her shoulder, forcing the girl to stop. One of them, with a smirk on his face, said that it was not safe to walk alone at night and invited the girl to go with them. In response, the girl smiled slyly and agreed to go with the men. After this, the three men went into a dark alley and took the girl with them. After a while, she stood over them, licking her lips, asking if this was all they had. A green snake was crawling along the arm of one of the men, and it was also unhappy that their fun had ended so quickly. As it turned out, the girl was able to lay down three men who were now lying lifeless on the asphalt. After that, she squatted down next to a pile of insects and said that it was now time for them to return. At that moment, a man approached her from behind, and the girl noticed his presence. She jumped to her feet, turned around and threw her snake at him. However, the man who was the Punisher easily grabbed the snake by the neck and said that the girl should not have given such an expensive gift at the first meeting. After that, he threw out the snake, and then the girl, in a calmer tone, asked him what he was doing there. The man replied that his boss had sent him here to help. Then the girl asked if all this was because of the lighthouse. She wondered since when they had such an excess of people. The Punisher replied that it wasn't just about the lighthouse, it was about the prophet's son joining the bureau, and the boss had ordered an assessment of what he was capable of. Then the Punisher turned to the girl and asked what she had been doing here all this time. In response, she said that she walked around the city's sights, ate local delicacies and desserts, and also bought souvenirs. She then licked her lips again and said that she had also placed a mirror demon and destroyed one of the bureau teams, so chaos would soon begin in the city. After that, she turned to the Punisher with a crazy smile and said that he was late and there was nothing more to do here. She said that the golden silkworm had gone into hibernation and the mirror demon had been destroyed. The man assumed that this was the work of the prophet's son, and the boss must have foreseen this, which is why he sent him here. However, the girl was still interested in why he sent the Punisher here. The man replied that she shouldn't worry because he had a real bomb that would be enough to set the whole city on its feet, but they had to wait until the auction was over. He asked the girl not to rush, since he himself wanted to spread chaos more than she did, but they needed the prophet's information and protection from his possible moves. The girl was extremely unhappy that everything was happening this way, but she had no choice and decided to accept it. When the protagonist came out from behind the dungeon, he handed the agent one strange thing that he found there. He said that this thing was found inside the body of the mirror demon. It seemed to be something artificial, and he asked the man to take it for analysis. After this, the agent turned to the others and reported that the anomaly had been successfully isolated. When the protagonist returned home 2 days later, he asked the system to open the inventory. He noted that although he spent very little of his balance, his points were still decreasing, and this irritated him. At that moment, he noticed that the system had sent him a message, and when he opened it, he realized that he had received several new achievements at once. Then Mike realized that the more he spent, the more he got back, and at that moment he felt like a real donation god. Suddenly, Alice entered the room and said that they had to go because the auction was about to start. When they went out into the corridor, the girl said that in order not to reveal their identities, everyone had to enter through a separate entrance, and first, they had to take their masks. After this, the guys entered the elevator and soon got out on the desired floor. There, 2 young men were waiting for them and immediately bowed to the guests, since they learned that they were honored guests of the auction. After that, they brought them to a small table and asked them to choose the mask they liked. Alice decided to take a brown mask, while Mike opted for a black one. He noticed to himself that a wave of spiritual energy was emanating from the mask, and assumed that it was enchanted with some kind of spell. At this moment, the system reported that the glance skill had been activated. The system also reported that the mask was of blue-level rarity, masking the wearer's spiritual characteristics and changing their appearance, making it difficult to identify. The hero noted to himself that glances was a skill he had bought in a hurry before the fight with the mirror demon, but it turned out to be perfect for evaluating items, and it was very useful for the auction. After some time, the guys left the hotel and headed to the car, which was already waiting for them. The man opened the door and said that personal transport had already been prepared for them and asked them to follow him. When they got into the car, they saw that their driver was Ghost, who turned to Mike and asked where they were going. At this point, Alice put on a mask and said that they were going to the Blackstone auction. The driver answered briefly and then drove the car in the right direction. Mike noted that given the masks, artifacts, and the fact that the driver was Ghost, you'd think this auction house hadn't skimped on luxury. Alice noted that they have a unique technology, and many players prefer to buy from them, which is how they strengthened their influence. She said that you can directly trade achievement points, and that was what their technology was about. When Mike heard this, he was shaking all over with anticipation, but Alice didn't understand why his face changed so much. After some time, the guys arrived at the building where the auction was to take place. It was a very rich, multi-story building. As soon as Mike got out of the car, he said that he didn't even expect the place to be so luxurious. But Alice said that it was to be expected, since the auction would hardly be held in an abandoned warehouse. At the door, they were again met by a masked man who addressed them as respected guests, telling them that they should go inside as the auction was about to begin. Then the guys dealt with the masks and headed after the man. At that moment, they noticed that two masked men had forced a rather old man to his knees, preventing him from entering, while he was shouting that he only needed to buy one thing, and that he had the money. Alice said that apparently some ordinary people had found out about the auction, but the local currency meant nothing here. The man continued to shout, claiming that his daughter was also a player. He begged to let him through as he only needed one item. Awakening, he didn't want his daughter to die. The protagonist was very interested in this situation, so he used the skill of fleeting glance again. The system told him that the man's name was Philip. He had no abilities, but he was related to a player named Sally. At this point, Mike asked Alice to wait a minute and headed towards the man. He called out to the two people who were holding Philip's hands and asked them to stop. After that, he squatted down in front of him and asked if he really came to buy an awakening item for his daughter. Then Philip asked him if he really agreed to buy the item for him. The man screamed, saying that he would pay $1 billion just to have Mike buy this thing for him. However, the main character closed his eyes and said that he didn't need it, after which he reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. He handed the man a bottle of Jade Dew and told him to take it. It was one of the best items of awakening. One of the men who was holding Philip was extremely surprised, since Jade Dews are almost never found even at the auction itself, and this guy just took it and gave it to a stranger. The men were extremely surprised that this man was so generous. They began to whisper to each other, trying to figure out who this rich man was, but they realized that they had never seen such masks. Meanwhile, Philip also froze in confusion, not believing that this could be true. Then Mike placed the bottle of dew on the asphalt in front of him and stepped aside. He ordered the masked men to take Philip home and make sure that no one even tried to take this thing from him. After Philip was released, he began to bow to Mike and thank him for his help. However, Mike said that he did not need gratitude, but asked Philip to tell Sally to come to the bureau. As he and Alice headed to the building's bypass, she asked him if Sally was the player he had mentioned in the report, and Mike confirmed that she was indeed the player, and he also said that she had an outstanding gift. After this, the guys approached the huge doors of the auction building. It took several men to open such huge doors, and inside they found a spacious hall with very rich decoration. Mike was extremely surprised by what he saw. He realized that it was a Blackstone auction house. The players founded it even before the bureau appeared. However, at that moment he smirked, remembering that he had the opportunity to pay with achievement points. So Mike decided that this time he would spend it properly. After this, Alice and Mike went into the hall, where several auction participants were already sitting. The men who accompanied them pointed out the empty seats, and the boys took them. They sat in silence for a while the organizers prepared for the auction to begin. After this, the lights came on, and the spotlights were directed at a small table on the stage, to which a man in a mask was approaching. He addressed the people present and said that the specialized auction of the Blackstone Trading House was about to begin. He asked those present to keep their numbers to themselves, and not to miss the lots they liked, since each of them was unique. Alice informed Mike that the organization had allocated 100,000 achievement points, and the cost of the beacon was around 50,000, and if they had any extra points left, they could buy something else. At this point, the host announced that the first lot would be the 5 Ghosts Bone Jug, a low-grade magical artifact. He also said that small spirits were cultivated inside that could use the 5 Ghosts transfer technique, and the price for using them was raw meat. After that, he announced that the starting price was 3,500 achievement points. As soon as he announced the starting price, the auction participants immediately began to raise it. At this point, Mike thought that a low-grade magic item costs about 10,000 points, and that was with restrictions on use, and things like the White Tiger Seal are artifacts that are needed for both attack and defense, and they are generally almost impossible to obtain. At this point, the host said that the auction was very lively today, but everyone understood that the first lots were just a warm-up. He then pointed to a nearby table where there was another object covered with a red cloth. Then he abruptly removed the cloth from him and said that this was one of the main lots of the evening. The host stated that it was a high-grade magic sword of Gu Yue, inside of which was sealed the spirit of the ferocious beast, Kaiming, terrifying and unmatched, and also driving away hundreds of ghosts. As soon as the host removed the cloth from it, the sword immediately began to emit dark magical energy. Mike was horrified by how sinister this aura was. He realized that it was not for nothing that he was called the Pearl of the Auction. Then he decided that now was the time to use his fleeting glance skill. The system told him that it was the last sword forged by the great master at the end of his life. Because of its ferocity, it was sealed inside the ball. The spirit of the weapon was sleeping. The moon sparrow, it devours dragons and phoenixes. Mike was extremely surprised that this legendary sword remained legendary even in its damaged state. The host then announced that the starting price for this sword was 30,000 points, and now the players could begin bidding. The men immediately jumped up from their seats and began to negotiate prices. However, at that moment, player number 16 raised his number and said that he was ready to pay 100,000. At that moment, everyone present in the hall froze and fell silent. Alice, who was sitting next to Mike, grabbed his hand sharply and reminded him that the lighthouse was their top priority. However, Mike said that he knew about it and said that he would take this thing at his own expense. Without waiting for the price to go up, the host banged his gavel on the table and announced that 100,000 points was the first bet of that level all evening. He then turned back to the participants and asked if anyone wanted to outbid participant number 16. At that moment, participant number 71, an old man in a white robe, raised his number and said he was ready to pay 110,000. However, Mike did not give in and said that he was ready to give 150,000. Participant number 71 was furious. He offered 160,000 and advised Mike not to meddle where he was not wanted. However, Mike said that the old man should not delay if he did not have money, and then offered 200,000. The other guests were puzzled as to where the newcomer, whom they saw for the first time, got so much money. After all, even for a high-grade artifact, 200,000 was too much. At that moment, one of the organizers approached the presenter and whispered something in his ear. The man then turned to number 16 and said that his bet was twice the balance on his account and asked him to check his balance before confirming it. Hearing this, the old man laughed, calling Mike a young upstart. He said that his behavior was just an empty bluff, and in the House of the Black Stone, the demand for such a thing was very harsh. However, Mike just chuckled and asked the organizers how they would like to check his score. Then one of them handed him a glass ball and asked him to put his hand on it, saying that this crystal would help scan his balance. He also assured the protagonist to be at ease, as such a crystal does not collect any other information. The protagonist agreed to do this, and then mentally asked the system to exchange 1 million achievement points. After that, he walked slowly and calmly towards the organizers. Then he placed his hand on the crystal with a calm face. The next moment, the crystal glowed brightly as soon as Mike's hand touched it. At that moment, the number of points that Mike had on his balance appeared above the heads of everyone present. 1 million points. Participant number 71 was horrified. He fell out of his chair when he saw such a huge amount. Everyone else was also shocked, since none of them had ever seen 1 million achievement points in their entire lives. At first they thought that this guy was a gold level, but now they were sure that he was a law level. After that, Mike raised his hand and asked the organizers if they had any other questions. In response, the presenter only cleared his throat, trying to come to his senses after seeing the numbers. Then he looked up again and said he had no questions. He announced that buyer number 16 had offered 200,000 and asked the others if they would be willing to beat that amount. However, at that moment, a deathly silence fell over the hall. When the host realized that there really were no volunteers, he banged the gavel on the table again. After this, he congratulated buyer number 16 on the fact that the sword was now his. The rest of the participants began to applaud, and the main character bowed to them in gratitude. The host then announced that the next lot was a mid-grade material, blood red vine, with the starting bid being 1,000 achievement points. After this, the auction continued for another hour, and many lots were bought by different buyers. Mike noted to himself that most of them were common materials that could be exchanged at a regular store, and he doubted that he would be able to snag anything rare today. The host then announced that the next lot was particularly unusual. Even the experts at the House of Black Stone were unable to give an accurate report on it. However, the man was sure that he contained powerful spiritual energy, and most importantly, he clearly reacted to most anomalies. When the man lifted the red cloth, everyone saw what looked like a gold star, and he announced that the starting price was 1 point. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a strong burning sensation in the place where his mark was located. He was surprised that the distress beacon reacted. He then used the glance skill, but the system was unable to determine the item's name, quality, or description. However, Mike decided it was better to play it safe and take the item, so he named a price of 10,000 points. The other participants were surprised, but someone outbid him, so Mike named a price of 50,000. Hearing this, Alice slapped her face with her palm. However, there were no further bids, so the host banged the gavel on the table and announced that the item had sold for 50,000 points. The other participants were surprised that this guy was spending his money so thoughtlessly. Nevertheless, Mike was pleased with himself, and the fact that he managed to snag such an unusual lot. After this, a girl with dark hair approached the host, holding the last lot in her hands. The man said that this would be their main lot for the evening. He announced that before them was a lighthouse, and its values did not even need to be stated. But this lighthouse was special. The man said that this lighthouse bears the mark of a legendary prophet. He added that the Bureau of Anomalies, the Doomsday Cult, and the New Evolutionist Organization are all hunting for the prophet's knowledge. So the man announced that the starting price for this beacon was 100,000 achievement points. As the other guests began to place their bids, Mike noted that these buyers had never bid before, so they were really looking forward to this particular item. At that moment, Alice raised her number and put forward a price of 200,000. However, the other members of the auction began to outbid her. Alice noted that the organization underestimated the value of this beacon, but they had to get it at any cost. She wanted to raise her number again, but Mike stopped her. He asked the girl not to worry and said that he would not allow his father's creation to go to someone else. So he calmly raised his number and announced the price of 500,000. At this point, the auction organizer started shaking and asked Mike if he had made a mistake with the price. However, the main character just smiled and said that he said everything correctly, stating that this lighthouse should belong to him. After this, the host turned to the others and asked if anyone would like to outbid them. Seeing that no one was willing to pay more than 500,000, the man lowered his head and congratulated customer number 16 again. After this, he hit the table with his hammer with all his might and declared that the lot was sold. However, at that moment the lamps on the chandelier in the hall burned out and the light went out. The auction participants looked up in fear, not understanding what was happening. Mike was also surprised because the lights went out so abruptly, but Alice said that at an auction of this level, this was out of the question. Apparently, someone decided to intervene. Literally a few seconds later, the light appeared again. Mike looked at the box that contained the beacon and stated in horror that it had disappeared. Mike immediately jumped up from his seat, not believing that the lighthouse had actually been stolen. Without thinking twice, he used his yin-eye skill to find the kidnapper. He began to carefully examine the crowd, and among the people he noticed the very girl who brought the beacon to the presenter. An ominous green aura emanated from her. He then pointed his finger at the girl and said that something was wrong with her, ordering her to put down the beacon immediately. However, the girl just smirked and said that she felt very embarrassed that she had been caught like that. After that, she tore off her official clothes, and it turned out that it was the same girl who killed 3 men in the alley. As soon as she raised her hand up, terrible creatures with glowing green eyes began to crawl out of the ground. Mike was extremely surprised that this girl could summon undead. Moreover, these were not ordinary undead, but 4 knights. To pacify the remaining customers, she summoned her insects, which attacked each of them. When Mike looked up, he realized that they were surrounded by hordes of various insects. The black-haired girl just smirked, saying that it was time for her to go, but she would leave her cute little ones to entertain the others. However, Mike did not let her go. He ran after the girl and ordered her to stop. He extended his hand and ordered her to hand over the lighthouse immediately. But at that moment, one of the knights appeared at his side. The knight raised his huge sword to strike the protagonist, but he was able to dodge at the last moment. When he looked back, he realized that there was another knight standing next to him. After this, Mike pressed his back to back with Alice, and the girl noted that she would take on 2 knights, and Mike would have to deal with the other 2. The main character agreed to this turn of events, and enveloped his hands in dark flame. After that, he dealt a crushing blow to one of the knights right in the chest. The blow was so strong that it pierced the knight's body, and Mike's fist came out of his back. After this, the undead's entire body was engulfed in purple flames, and he fell to his knees. Mike told Alice that he had dealt with one of them, and asked how the girl was doing. However, when he turned around, he saw that Alice was already standing in full readiness, and behind her lay 2 corpses of knights. The hero was extremely surprised that she dealt with them so quickly, and even said that she cheated. At this point, the second knight did not wait and decided to attack Mike from behind. The main character managed to dodge, but suddenly noticed something strange. He saw that the auctioneer was hiding under one of the tables and was shaking with fear. Then Mike approached him and asked if he could already use his sword, which he had bought at the auction, and the host, without thinking twice, allowed him to do so. Mike then pulled the sword out of the glass box and then touched it to infuse himself with its energy. After this, he appeared before the last knight he had to fight. Without thinking twice, he began to swing his sword, sending several attacks towards the knight at once. Literally the next moment, the knight's head and torso were cut into pieces and fell straight to the floor. Mike looked at his new sword again and was shocked at how powerful it was. Even in its damaged state, it was so strong. He realized that it was not for nothing that they called it legendary. However, at that moment he heard a sound through the earphone that was in his ear. He was informed that things were bad, as many monsters had appeared in the city. There were monsters of Echo level and Bishop level. They were already attacking civilians. Ophelia reported that this threatened to turn into a large-scale disaster for the entire city. At that moment, a man with several pairs of hands was playing a 3-story piano, while the Punisher stood in front of him on the edge of the building and rejoiced that chaos was about to come, and the end of the world would come. At that moment, Alice revealed that it was a doomsday cult, and their member, nicknamed Evil Blood, had just attacked the auction and stolen the lighthouse. Then Ophelia said that she would pass on all the information to her superiors, and the two of them would have to act immediately. She said that because of the mirror demon, the squad suffered heavy losses, and now they cannot cope with all the monsters. At this point, Mike began to think that the situation was really not very good, since the monsters were out of control and there were not enough operatives. Then he looked at the participants, around whom the insects were still circling. At that moment, a brilliant idea came to the main character's head. He realized that the buyers at this auction were not players. At that moment, he saw one of the men in the suit fall to the floor, foam coming out of his mouth, begging for the antidote. At this point, Mike placed a plate of purple balls on the table and addressed the poisoned players, saying that here they could get a free antidote. As soon as he reported this, everyone who had been poisoned by the insects began to rise from the floor, little by little. They immediately rushed to the table and began begging Mike to give them one pill. However, the hero stopped them. He said that he would give them an antidote, but they also had to do something for him. He asked them to destroy the monsters that appeared in the area of the city, and then they would receive an antidote. He also said that it would not be free. For destroying an Echo-level monster, they would get 1,000 achievement points, and for destroying a Knight-level monster, they would get 5,000 achievement points, and for Bishop level, they would get 30,000 achievement points. Hearing this, people started whispering among themselves. It sounded like easy money, and it was much safer than risking their lives by playing the game. So the participants unanimously declared that they agreed to these conditions, but they doubted that Mike would not deceive them. Then the guy said that there was a representative of the Bureau for the Protection of People next to him, and if they didn't believe him, then they should definitely believe her. Alice then took off her mask and showed everyone her ID, saying that this task was considered an official assignment from the Human Protection Bureau, and asked everyone to provide their full cooperation. Then the man who was participating in the auction turned to her and said that there were not just a few monsters in the city now, but a real wave, and at the price that this young man offered, the preliminary estimate would be equal to more than 2 million points. Therefore, the man had serious doubts that the Bureau would be able to cover these costs. At this point, Alice hesitated, because she did not know what to answer. Mike decided to help her. He put his hand on Crystal and said that they shouldn't even bother the Bureau with such trifles. At that moment, Mike's balance figure appeared above the heads of those present, which was 5 million. After this, the guy looked at the guests again and asked with a smile if this answer reassured them. Meanwhile, a real catastrophe continued in the city. One of the civilians was horrified when the monster attacked her. She did not resist. A huge goblin was approaching her, and the girl had already resigned herself to the fact that she was going to die. However, at that moment, a man appeared behind him and sawed the monster in half with his huge sword. He was happy that he had just earned another 1,000 points to his credit. After that, he turned to Ophelia through the earpiece and said that he had cleared one of the streets and asked her where to go next. The girl was surprised and asked him if he wanted to take a break, since he was only a silver rank and had already killed 3 monsters, so she doubted that he had any spiritual power left. However, the man just laughed and said that as long as he was paid points, his supply of strength was endless, and he could kill at least 5 more monsters. When the girl heard this, she sighed in displeasure and said that in that case, he could go to the East Street, which was 300 meters away. She said that there was a night-level monster there, and 2 players were already waiting for him. As soon as the man heard this, he immediately rushed to the right street, because he learned that in case of victory, he would receive 1,500 points for each player. Ophelia was horrified. She didn't understand where Mike got so many people from. One was crazy, the other one looked like they were all pumped up with doping. At that moment, the girl saw that her phone was ringing. It was Mike. The main character and Alice were fighting monsters, and the guy asked Ophelia how she was doing. The girl replied that everything was fine for her. The mass participation of players significantly contained the threat, and the affected area was significantly reduced. However, as far as the scoring and awards were concerned, since all of this was Mike's own doing and not formalized in advance, the organization may not be able to reimburse the costs. However, Mike assured her that there was nothing to worry about and, most importantly, the problem was solved. After that, he asked the system to open the achievements interface. What he saw made him very happy, because as Mike had expected, he had spent much less than he had earned. At this point, Alice turned to Ophelia and asked her if they had managed to find out the source of the mutation. The girl replied that they had managed to do this. Thanks to their information, the circle had narrowed to a doomsday cult, and the analysis department had already established the cause. She said the culprit was a temple-level monster from a doomsday cult. The girl stated that the monster's codename was the Pianist. When Mike and Alice heard this, horror appeared on their faces as it was a temple-level monster. Ophelia continued by saying that the last time the Pianist appeared was in the North American city of Muto, which resulted in over 300,000 deaths, and the city was completely destroyed. At that moment, Mike realized that now they wanted to repeat the disaster in this city too. However, he still didn't understand why they needed this. Then Alice approached him and said that the Doomsday Cult believes that chaos is the truth, so they seek to destroy everything and speed up the end of the world. However, she was sure that this time they would not succeed. Alice said that according to the data, as the melody continues, the Pianist will summon increasingly powerful monsters, eventually summoning temple-level and higher-level creatures. Ophelia also said that one of the fighters from the last Frontier Squad had already moved into the city, and before his arrival, the guys needed to try to stop the Pianist's game at any cost. At this point, Mike turned to Alice and asked her what the last frontier was. The girl explained that the last frontier is the elite of the Bureau for the Protection of People. There were 5 people there in total, and they were all law-level players. They are the real last line of humanity. However, Mike doubted that they would be able to cope, since they had to stall for time, and he didn't even know where this Pianist was. Then Ophelia said that they were currently tracking his location using the anomalies from the monsters and had already managed to determine the approximate area, so she asked the 2 of them to go to the western sector, and when the exact maps were known, she would immediately inform them. As soon as the boys heard their task, they immediately headed to the right place. Meanwhile, Luke was flying over the city, with a pair of demonic wings behind him. He pushed off from the tall buildings to move around the city as quickly as possible. Soon he arrived in the western sector, but did not notice anything unusual. However, at that moment he realized that something strange was happening. He heard a distinctive melody coming from the roof of one of the buildings. As Luke climbed higher, he saw a huge piano from which this melody emanated. At that moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and he announced that he had found the pianist. He was on the roof of the trading company building, and also stated that he was immediately beginning the isolation procedure.